All right, game is up.
What's up, blood?
Don't know why it picked me as Byzantines.
Yeah, it's been doing that for player 2. It's been picking
Yeah,
a random
yeah,
civ
it's
for
been.
player 2. Yes, last week it was like picking
Oh,
Gujarat for
maybe why? Maybe why? Because maybe the
map.
when when I'm in the map, instead of it being random, it may have like I may have
Yeah.
like by mistake picked the Byzantines or something,
Yeah, makes sense.
like a particular civ. So the moment you get in, it automatically, instead of random, it just auto picks you the. Yeah. So there's that.
Yeah, like me paying attention to chat when I'm playing Ages is extremely difficult.
Say that again. Oh, yeah. That's right. The Logan said in 15 minutes.
Okay, 15
10,
minutes.
in 10 and 15 minutes he'll be on. Let me ask Shrave. Shrave said in another 5 to 10 minutes he'll give me a quick update.
Sounds good.
So we should be pretty good.
Okay. So we're looking at a potential 4v3 tonight.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Okay.
I guess Salman, what did we want the teams to be like for the 4v3? So you were going to be in the team at 3, right? So I gave you, I basically put, like, I evenly split most of the population between you and your teammates. So it's like 235 or something like that
Understood.
for the 100 pop extra.
Uh-huh.
So I guess it would, I guess it would be like you, Logan, plus X.
Yeah.
So then you would need to, figure out like who the X would be.
You have okay, so let me show Fassel, Sharky, and Munsif, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Oh, it depends on if you're trying to go for a little bit of a stronger team, if you're trying to test them out or not as well.
What do you mean?
I was thinking maybe Fassel, because I want to check if my practice with the eco with him
Oh,
worked
okay,
out.
yeah. Okay, yeah, sure. So it would be you, Fassel, and Logan, and then I guess it would just be Salman, Winsif, Sharky. So that would work. I mean, it's not gonna be an issue. Sharky, hopefully you didn't forget. Hopefully you didn't forget. Your eco, man.
Yeah.
Once you get your eco, you should be pretty chill though. I
Yeah.
mean, the first game's kind of like a quick warm up anyway. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
The map's kind of like laid out where it's rushing isn't going to be a thing, so I think you'll be all right. But first game you'll just kind of like warm up. I'm pretty sure your second game's probably going to be like your kick ass.
Yeah.
So I think your first game probably you're just gonna get yourself acclimated back to like, oh, I need to get like. By the way, that's fine. I guess in the meantime, maybe I guess Salman, in the essence of time, do you wanna, since I guess that those are teams right now that we decided, you wanna already start talking to Fassel about like the civs and stuff, or how did you want to do it, or it wouldn't make sense without Logan, or
I mean, we
'cause
can
it's like 3.
we can start talking civs. Not it kind of doesn't make sense without Logan, but I mean, we can talk about civs and a little bit of eco stuff. So yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay. So we could start that,
Yeah.
and then we'll
That
see
way
what's
you
going
guys
on
can
from there.
start. You guys can start your conversation too. That's fine. All right. Well, switching channels.
Okay.
Hey, Sharky.
Sharky's here.
Oh, on the other team, or
Yeah,
Yeah.
from my understanding, your team won, my friend. What's up? I take it no extra practice, but you remember what we worked on, right?
Remind me a little bit of when's the ideal time to drop a monastery? Is it after the second TC or like
For you
before?
after. But
Mhm.
you might want to do it a little bit earlier. So, like I said,
So simultaneously?
potentially simultaneously is the earliest I would even possibly even remotely recommend to you. But I think in your case we're going with after second TC.
Okay. Yeah, because on this map it looks like we're gonna need some siege to obviously knock out the sides.
towers.
I'm not a big fan of moving in on the center. It seems like it could just be a perfect place to be choked and killed. To me, it just makes more sense to tee up the center line and evacuate. Basically the market line for the bottom, or wherever the base, the borderline, right? Clear out that whole side, and get the 15 carts rolling, and get the resources going. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, dude.
Now, as far as pop is concerned, in the event of a panic defense, right? So obviously, based on what we did, I'm pretty much ready at the 30-minute mark to react. But up until that point, am I thinking of having nominal military presence and ultimately just like a 40-40 setup pretty much? Or that seemed to be the ideal, right? 40 woodcutters, 40.
So 40-40 is a tad bit excessive, but you can get away with it in our current settings because usually what we used to do, I don't know, when we used to play with full trade cards, full trade, it would be like 30-40-40, right?
Right.
So you couldn't get away with 40-40-40 because now your military is like, you're at your limit of pop remaining for military,
Mhm.
So now being 15 trade cards, that really opens up pop to have that little bit of extra eco if you want to go that route, and 40-40 is viable. that being said, if you decide to go a food gold heavy civ, it doesn't make sense for you to be that heavy on wood. It makes more sense for you to be minor on wood, like 20, and let your partner, who is going to be more heavy on wood, whether it be for archers or siege or whatever else, to have that wood.
Okay, that makes sense. So 2060.
But I mean, you get the idea.
Yeah.
So it depends on what civ you want to go. It depends on what role you want to play. To some extent, what Logan wants to do factors into it. Yeah. Certain civs can help you get there faster, like maybe going toots to get the cheaper farms so that you can get your farming eco a little bit set up a little bit faster because they're cheaper. You could think about going at out routes. Maybe you go, well, Truckee already went Slavs, but maybe you could have gone Slavs to have the faster farmers. Just things like that. Maybe you go Poles. I don't know. They're Celts. There's certain other civs that have their own little eco bonuses that you may want to take advantage of if you wanted to, look into that. So there's certain civs that make certain tactics viable that you may or may not have thought about before. Hey, what's up, Shishosh? Shishosh, I'm not planning the Cuphead DLC in the near future due to the fact that my hands have been hurting, and so for the near future, I'm planning on doing more turn-based stuff until my hands heal up, and then I'll get back to Cuphead. Yeah. I don't want to strain my hands too much right now. I've just been kind of chilling and reading and just leaving him for days like today when I meet up with my pals and buddies. Anyway, getting back to it. So, for example, Vassal Poles have an ego bonus where when they mine stone, they generate gold. Right? So that gives them a certain set of tactics that's a bit more available to them that wouldn't be necessarily available to other civs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Celts chop wood faster. So that means you may not need, if you're going paladins, because the Celts have paladins, this is just an example, you may not need to go 20 on wood. Maybe you can sneak away with, I don't know, 17 or 18, But obviously if you're going Celts, you would want to go more into siege. So in that particular case, your 40 pop that you would put into woodcutters would be more effective, so maybe you could get away with 38 or 37, maybe even 35, or you could leave it at 40 but have the effect of being at like 45, 40, 48ish, you know what I mean? So there's certain things where you might want to look into a more economic approach to what you're trying to do, if you wanted to go that route. So one thing that makes Secret Jars really strong is they have that unique tech I have no idea how to pronounce it, but essentially what it does is military units cost negative 25% food. So their food units are 25% cheaper, which I'm sure you know is a massive bonus.
Yep.
So the fact that they have that is huge. So they'll be doing that. You know, they'll get allows them to get more units on the field for a cheaper cost. Now that being said, they don't field exactly the best units outside of camels. I think pretty sure they have the best camels in the game, but yeah, outside that, but yeah.
Gotcha.
I think Goths falls under that to an extent as well. They have cheaper units. Yeah. Infantry costs minus 35% in Imperial Age. So that's another reason why Goths are strong. It's not just because they produce faster, they produce cheaper units so that they can produce as much as they do. You know what I mean? So you may have thought it's just that production speed, but the fact is they're also cheaper units so that you can afford to put out more on top of that production speed. That's what makes the Goth infantry spam scary. Because not only is it fast, it's also cheaper than it would be with another civ that did the same thing. So, to put it in perspective, if a Goth player went full champion spam, for example, right, with 6 barracks, you could technically match that. Let's just say for a random instance, Byzantines. You could technically match that with 12 barracks and making champions of your own, right? But the thing would be the Goth ones would still be cheaper at the end of the day. Still be more cost effective for the Goth player, even though you're matching his output. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So again,
that
so
makes sense.
there's certain things, eco things that pay off in other ways that you guys really haven't really looked into as much because you're more focused on, okay, the Celts have extra attack speed on siege and extra health, and the Mongols have extra speed on the siege. You get more caught up in the flashier, more standard approaches, whereas the hidden ones, you know what I mean? Japanese
Yeah.
infantry attack faster, but nobody really focuses on the fact that the Magyar scouts are cheaper. Just an example. And then we could also discuss about maybe 2 civs you want to pick where we're trying to emphasize a specific bonus or a specific unit. So, for example, you wanted to go Britons. It's just a random example here. So you wanted to go Britons, right? And you wanted to emphasize longbowmen because, you know, they're really good. The Britons, the longbowman unit is really good. A nice civ to pair for that with for a team bonus would be actually Saracens. You can go ahead and look in the tech tree and take a look at that if you want real quick. But that's a nice way to pair up with Britons and give them a little bit of an extra edge with the archer play. Mind you, it's not massively effective, but it makes it just a tad bit more effective. But that's just an example. Another one was it was one time where I went Bohemians, and when I could pick a teammate, I went Turks. Like I had one AI teammate that I could pick, and when we were hot seating with me and Kurum, and we would get an AI with a couple towers, and we could pick so we could get a team bonus. I went Turks one time, so that my hand cannons and bombard cannons were made faster because their team bonus is gunpowder units are made faster. Right? So there's there's ways to emphasize certain playstyles in unique ways to make other civs more compatible. Now, certain ones like the Portuguese team bonus is completely useless in our style of play, but the Portuguese team bonus is actually kind of a strong one in standard play. Their team bonus is you share a line of sight with teammates in Dark Age.
Right.
So that one's pretty strong because it gives the team everyone scouting information right from the get-go, instead of having to wait till that market's up. Well, yeah. So you got anything in mind?
Probably going to be mobile somehow. Probably let Logan do the sieging, and let you do the support archery.
Okay, so you have any civ in mind for mobility?
I thought maybe it would make sense to see what synergies could come into play once Logan decides. Like, let's suppose he goes Mongols, right?
Uh-huh.
So that kind of works out. It may make sense to go Poles, maybe.
Well, not necessarily just
Right.
Poles. You could also bring up Magyars, because if you actually pay attention to what I said, they have cheaper scouts.
Right. So yeah, Magyars or Poles would make sense if he goes Mongols, right?
Another
I
one,
probably
just
wouldn't just go-
FYI, if you're looking for the scouts for the team bonus, would be Cumans.
Right. Well, that's just if he goes with a. Now, if he goes with a different pick, suppose he goes Celts. Then I might just go with something that's a little more standalone, like maybe Frank's.
Oh yeah.
And then if he goes something like Gurjars, might make sense for me to go
Kinda.
something synergistic like a Vietnamese, right?
I honestly don't really see him going Gajars if you want him to do that, because like their sieges.
No.
kinda-
I'm just.
Yeah, you're just spitballing. I understand, but yeah, no. Gajars is a good civ. Don't get me wrong. But yeah.
For example, you might go Gurjars, I guess, as a archer civ. So if he goes something like
As an
what
archer
what
civ.
else does he know? Yeah, with the elite elephant archers.
I probably wouldn't go Gajars for archer civ. They're a cavalry camel civ. Their stable is strong, Their archery range is usable. And their barracks
What
is
else
full
does he
garbage.
normally shoot for?
Logan?
Mm.
Logan likes cav, he likes archers, and to a lesser extent siege. But he really enjoys archer play. He likes that range fire quite a bit.
Anyway, those are the types of picks I would make once I understood what he wants to play, right?
Yeah.
That's the thought process.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it might be viable to choose an economic pick for the role instead of just a straight up for the role. If so, I'll put this. I guess, for example, now this is going to be a weak example for our games, but just an example. He wants you to go paladins, and you originally suggested Franks, and Franks is a really solid paladin civ, like a really good one, right? It's one of the best. It's the standard for good paladin civ. That I'm pretty sure it is considered the standard for a good paladin civ. If it beats a Frank paladin, it's or on par with a Frank paladin, it's considered like a good paladin civ. If they're weaker than a Frank paladin, then they're just a paladin civ. They're not a good paladin. They're just paladin civ. So technically speaking, it could be viable to go Burgundians. So the reason I bring up Burgundians, for example, they have weaker paladins, right? They're fully upgraded, but they're missing, or they're not fully upgraded. They have the full blacksmith, but they're missing this tech called Bloodlines. So they're missing out on HP. So they have less HP than normal paladins, right? Byzantines also have this problem, except they're also missing attack as well. But that's beside the point. So these guys have, while they're fully upgraded from the blacksmith, they're missing a little bit. They're missing on 20 HP, which is a decent amount in this game. They're missing on 20 HP, so they're weaker. But they have a unique tech, Burgundian Vineyards. Farmers slowly generate gold in addition to food.
That's kind of cool.
Right? So you could get an extra relic or two, depending on how many farms you have, trickle of gold to offset the fact that you have weaker units and you're making your economy stronger. On top of that, the team bonus for the Burgundians is relics generate both gold and food. So this would be an example of you filling the paladin role, right? But looking at it from an economic perspective instead of a unit
Military
perspective.
support.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Right?
Well, it's kind of both. Yeah. Like, makes sense.
you're
no,
not
I think
fielding
that's
the
pretty
you're
good
not
reason.
fielding the best unit, but you're making your economy stronger so you can main production of said unit. That's the difference.
Right.
So
That makes sense.
yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Is like there's unique ways to go about going a specific unit. Now the question would be if you want to do the economic approach or you just want to go straight out for the best unit, because then Lithuanians can become put into play and say, hey, I get the extra attack. So you could always go that approach. Well, there's so many different cards on the table. This makes the game unique. But then again, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what you pick if you don't use the strengths. So it doesn't matter if you pick Franks and all you make is champions.
True.
On the flip side, it also doesn't matter if you pick Franks and all you do is send them straight into Halberdiers. Or
There you go.
Paladins, yeah. Well, to be fair, Franks fare better than standard Paladin civs in that specific scenario, but the point's still made. Was it kicked?
Yep.
He remaking the lobby or something?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any news from Logan
Nope. I'm
and
in
or
dark
Shore?
just like you.
I'll be right back.
Okie doke.
Hey, any
Yeah.
news on Logan or Show?
Ship said he'll be on in 5 minutes, and Logan said he was gonna be 11 is where he was saying more likely, so you should be
Okay.
should be coming.
Sounds good.
They both should be coming probably in the next 5 to 10, max 10, but 5 minutes probably,
Okay.
likely. I'm just fixing the 4v3 to add a little more relics for the third player, for the fourth player, sorry,
Gotcha.
because I didn't have any for him.
He's fixing up the map, but he's saying Show said like about 5 minutes, and then old message from Logan saying 11-ish. So he's expecting them in about 5-10 minutes. Bro, I've been really enjoying Total Eclipse. It's been so good. It's been so good. Yeah, even the fact that I watched the anime, it's just so good.
Happy to hear that, man.
Yeah, I've been thoroughly enjoying it, man. It's been great.
Well, dude, I mean, he's been waiting for it for a long time.
But man, it's lived up to expectations. Yeah, so you know how I said watch the anime, right? I'm fairly
Mhm.
certain I own the physical copy of the anime. I've seen it 2-3 times, so I am familiar with the story. I've finally breached the point where the anime ends. They modified the ending of the anime.
Mhm.
I'm sorry. They modified the ending of where they stopped in the story, and it's different in the anime.
Mhm.
It just ends on a cliffhanger, and it makes perfect sense why they did it, because where they end in the main
Mhm.
story is one of the main characters gets shot.
Okay.
So it makes sense why they changed it, because, well, I didn't understand the final scene where Kreska was saying she needed to talk to Yui about something. Yui's the one that gets shot, and she's like, the if there's two main female characters, it's Kreska and Yui, right?
Mhm.
So our protagonist Yuya,
Mhm.
he's basically, he starts off the story as like, for lack of a better term, super bratty, right? Um, I mean, it is what it is. Like, dude's all about looking out for number one. He's it looks like game's up. He's he gets really prickly, offended when you bring up his heritage, because he's a Japanese American, and he kind of flies off the handle. He absolutely refuses to accept his Japanese heritage for understandable reasons, actually. Um, and then he gets put in contact. Um, well, he gets transferred into a UN force to work on a Japanese American. They're modifying. They're trying to make a next gen tactical fighter um, that is a Japanese design, but implementing American ideas on it. And he's an American
Okay.
test pilot, so it makes sense. You know, he's the main test pilot, because they're trying to implement American tech onto a Japanese craft, and trying to modify into that stuff. But the fact that he has a hatred of the Japanese puts him into direct conflict with the main heroine. I can foresee, based off how much story I've read thus far, the main heroine Yui, Takamura Yui, right? She is the project lead of this thing, and they start off hating each other's guts. Absolutely hating each other's guts. And so one of the really cool thing about the Above Love stories is you watch the character go through highs and lows and grow as a character. So the point I'm at, like, that's what makes the story, probably, like, that's the thing that makes the story so great. And then the setting, has its own little charm, but the reason the setting works so well is because it's so focused on this concept of growth. So And the reason I say this is important is because it's a very dark setting, and at the exact same time, a very light setting. So it jumps from being all doom and gloom. You're an idiot because you're spoiled because you haven't lived on the front line where people are starving. We have no food. We have to fight beta day in, day out. People are dying left, right, center on a daily basis. I don't know if you've seen the first episode of the anime of Alternative yet. That just goes to show you like how dark the fight and the setting is, right? And then on the flip side, you have them out and about joking around, having fun, going bars and stuff, right? Now, that's more in the alternative setting, but that's pulled from the original trilogy, where in the parallel world, it's like modern day, right? Like our timeline, right? And they're having like the original start. Here's the really unique thing to me. The original start extra, the first part of the trilogy, it technically doesn't fit because it's just a straight up rom-com. It's straight up a romantic comedy. That's all it is. Straight up. And then it just goes super dark.
Super dark.
So it blends the mix of a rom-com and super dark war themes, starvation, political intrigue, and all sorts of stuff. Like, bruh, humanity has lost majority of Eurasia. You've gotten pushed back to where on Europe, I think it was the British were the only ones still left. No surprise, because they're on an island. And the Soviet Union has to relocate to Alaska. You're in this situation where so much of Asia has been lost to an alien force, and there's still Cold War tension going on.
Leave it to humanity.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's such a dark setting because you have all of this stuff going on, and they're still fighting about a post we've beaten the alien setting when they haven't even figured out how they're gonna beat the aliens yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
And
But
so
it's perfect though. I mean, that's a great, compelling storyline.
yeah, so I mean, so that's thrown in there, and it just makes the setting even darker. But yeah, no, it usually the love stories are usually about character growth and growing as a person.
That's a solid formula.
Yeah. So Total Eclipse it's really about paying it forward. That I've noticed the theme for Total Eclipse is paying it forward.
That's a good one. That's compelling.
Yeah.
Looks like Logan's here.
Hey guys,
Hey, Logan, what's up, bro?
I'm ready.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Glad you could join, brother.
Yeah. What kind of civ you thinking about over there?
Teutons.
The Toots.
It's a little bit of everything right there.
Mm-hmm. This question is what you plan on doing with the Toots.
Paladins and Siege.
Okay.
Wouldn't Celts be better for that?
No, you could. Technically speaking, I would actually say for that specific combo, Toots is better.
Okay.
Because they have the stronger paladins, and although the siege won't fire faster, and technically has less health, they have extra melee armor, which kind of offsets the extra health, so they're about similar for health. Now you won't have the production speed from the Celts, but yeah.
Oh, I'm pretty sure Munster will go Celts.
They have a Slav player, so maybe not though.
Oh, should I lock it in then?
No, we need to discuss what Vassal's going. We'll let Vassal pick first.
Okay.
So the question is, how do we protect this? What's our death ball look like? It's going to be Logan's Siege, which is primarily what? Trebs or Rams, Logan?
Probably more Trebs. My Rams aren't that good.
Yeah.
And then I'll have
Okay.
Onagers.
So if he's going to go Trebs,
We could have another Paladin infantry, and then like archers are definitely I'm weak on archers, so an archer infantry
yeah,
possibly.
we could leave that to. Usually, someone does the.
Yeah, he's a good support with archers. Yeah. So yeah, a paladin. Have another paladin with infantry. I mean, go with the Spanish. Yeah, there could be another
Yeah,
one.
I'm okay with that. I was also pretty partial with the Burgundians. What do you think of that?
Yeah. Well, the only thing they don't have siege rams, but paladins and infantry. I mean, they got that. Full. Their blacksmith's great.
I don't have an SO.
Well, I do, so I'm okay. But yeah, you're just your siege ram, because I don't have one either, so we would be locking there. That's
The
not
other-
huge though.
There's Litz. What do you think of Litz? I mean, it's almost similar, except for I feel like with the Burgundians, I'll not have to worry too much about the early game eco taking a hit with any kind of a panic support, because that is 4 players on the other side. Well, 3 of them are going to go balls to the walls.
I mean, there's a lot of relics too, so you'll be getting gold and food from the relics.
That's
nice.
that's not just him.
Oh, for all of us, yeah, true. Good point. Good point. Yeah, all of us. Hell yeah.
So Burgundians.
Yeah, let's do it. You also gunpowder units plus 25% attack too. So we could always throw in some hand cannoneers needed, or just bombards, right? Bombards effective with that too, right?
Yes, bombards are
Yep.
affected by that.
Yeah, nice.
Let me let this cat out of the room real quick.
Logan, how's your cat?
She's good.
What was her name again?
LaRue.
Larue.
Oh, when my dad came to visit back in April, he was like, Lenore. I was like,
Lenore?
what?
It is a unique name, right? So
Oh,
very
yeah.
Frenchy.
trying to think. He said something else too. But yeah, Lenore. I was just like, what are you calling her?
Silly cat. This cat comes and scratches at my door at like 2 in the morning, comes back and scratches at 5 in the morning. So any requests for me?
Just anything archery.
Archers. What do you guys think about maybe Vietnamese? Give you those Imperial skirms too.
Good with that.
Yeah, that's good. Whoa, paper money. Lumberjacks slowly generate gold in addition to wood? What?
Yeah, they changed it.
Wow. Oh, because it wasn't paper money where you'd give it to your whole team or something?
You would give, I think it was 500 gold to yourself and your teammates.
Hmm. So now it's just you slowly getting gold.
You pulled an Owen Wilson.
Wow. Did I sound like that? Wow.
Now you better not
No,
try
it's
to
just-
scratch my chair.
It's just you know, you brought him up in the past, and then just it's a meme with you.
No, but did I sound like it? Because so in WoW I have I actually have like sound files, and whenever I like do a crit with something, it'll be like wow, wow, wow.
What's it for Tatars?
Tatars, interesting.
Duke, I am
Yeah.
not letting you in my bedroom.
And then if yeah, my warrior has it on the thunderclap, and thunderclap's an AoE, so it hits every target. And if I pull like the whole dungeon and hit it, it's like wow, wow. It's really funny. Like it breaks the game pretty much. I actually did disconnect myself from that once. I think there's 2 mobs, but I don't think it was because of that add-on. It was just because there's too many. But yeah, there's those funny videos too of like the Star Wars. Every time the lightsabers hit, wow, wow.
You sticking with the toothpick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it. So how much extra pop do we get?
He said he balanced it between the 3 of us. It was like 20-20, or 20 per 30, something like that.
I think he said 235 per.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
So yeah, I think he said like 235 for one, 233 for another, or something.
Alright, just want to know when I'm making houses, I don't just stop at 200.
Yeah, it's just somewhere in that ballpark. Heard him talking about microwing stuff.
My guess is that Shrave is just going to focus on trying to get to the mid and just tunnel there.
Maybe. Maybe not.
That's why I said a guess.
Knowing Show, to be honest, he'd probably push open a lane and then charge in.
But whatever place he charges in through, that's where he'll stick for the rest of the game.
That has been his bad habit, you know? The cat has left us.
Things your pick.
Nope, shows. You got confused by
Okay.
the AI.
Yeah.
Lithuanians. You guys still go with a Vietnamese pick?
Take a quick look here.
Why am I thinking we
Oh.
need like camels? Or that's just, it doesn't matter. Like Lithuanians, I mean, those are strong paladins.
The other helps still deal with them just fine.
Well, then let's do it.
Yeah, that's fine. Just
Did you guys already play one?
Nope. We all hopped
we,
on
we
at
were kind of
10, and then
yeah.
it was just like me, Munsif, and Faisal for like 20 minutes. And Sharky showed
Yeah,
up.
we really thought Dobo would be a show tonight, but then we had the
Delay, yeah.
Do you see the map, Logan?
Yeah, I see it in the channel. Not looking forward to the AI.
Ingas. Beware of Eagle Warriors. And Kamyuks.
Okie dokie.
Here we go, guys.
Oh shit.
Oh, what happened?
Yeah. They must be. They're probably joking about Sharkies.
In the connection? Yeah, probably. Doble's
You
not
got
here
a
to tell it.
wedding gift for a new computer?
I was gonna say, Doble's not here to tell him to chuck his computer out the window again.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, my game just like completely. I don't know what's going on.
Well, the game just started.
I got black screen.
Still black screen.
Yep. Oh, I hear game sounds. Did you guys pause it?
I paused it and then Sharky just unpaused it.
Pause it again to put them, but you can't see your.
I might have to just restart. I don't know what's
yeah.
going on. Like my whole
Yeah.
computer just is like black screen right now. I have Discord on the right. That's not even like full Discord, and then my left
Suck.
monitor is like it's black screen but with a white border. What the hell? And then if let me see if Task Manager works.
You remember that, right? Yeah.
Can you guys hear me now?
Wait,
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Oh my
Hearing
God.
you
never
is not been the
yeah.
issue.
I just can't see. I think I'm gonna restart. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Okay. I'll let him know. Yeah, Logan, his game, black screen, so he's restarting.
Okay, let me fix the map then real quick.
What's wrong with the map?
No, you said, well, I didn't give Shuaib relics.
Oh. Alright, well, switching back.
And he's black screened anyway.
Yeah.
I see a relics form.
No,
I have
that's
3
you.
relics.
Oh, okay. I mean, I didn't remember, so.
I don't have as many as you and Salman have, but I have.
Yeah.
Game is not up. Fazzle,
What's that?
I should have read fucking 14. Or 15. I should have read episode 15. I had the time. Oh no. part of. I mean, there's good reason why I stopped, but because when I've been tracking my progress with the achievements, you know, I can see the symbol for the other ones, right?
Mhm.
And it's consistently been a specific CG that's been shown in the chapter, and lo and behold, there's a couple spoilers in there. So I didn't want to go into an intense story moment and have to be cut off by having to play Aegis.
Totally.
All right, loading up.
See if the game's up.
A quick practice, just verify.
Oh yeah, create a game.
Yeah.
I mean, I played earlier.
Well, this way we won't, hold everybody up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so I'm like trying to find berries in this one, and there's no berries. So I loaded up. That's good.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Game's up, guys.
What's my color? Teal?
Yeah.
I think
I
so.
think so.
Let me check Discord. Teal and purple. Yep.
I can't ready up.
Should be able to now, right?
Yeah. All right, let's try this again.
Hopefully this starts with no issues.
Turkey should be able to load up a little faster, hopefully. There you go.
All right, I'm in.
We're good.
Dân phu, bái kiến điện hạ, dân nữ xin làm ngay. Dân phu.
Oh, is there like wood cutting? We can't cut your wood or something?
Yep.
Yeah.
Standard. Standard me locked out
Dân
rules.
nữ xin chờ lệnh. Dân phu, dân phu, dân phu.
Yeah.
Bái kiến điện hạ. Vâng vậy. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Dân phu. Dạ bẩm, có dân nữ. Dân phu. Dân phu.
Loading up stables and a barracks, and I put up 5 farms. And
Nice.
queuing
Making
up
some
10
scouts.
villagers for
Dân phu.
wood.
dân phu dân phu dân phu dân phu dân phu dân phu dân phu
I don't feel.
Copy. Popping out a scout. That's away.
Nhà bẩm có thảo dân. Dân phu. Dân phu. Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh.
Oh, there's bombers with the relics.
Dân phu.
Got it.
Dân phu. Dân phu.
bái kiến điện hạ dân phu dân phu
Making my second TC.
dạ bẩm có dân dự bái kiến điện hạ dân phu
Got a game plan.
Scout, and then see where their weakness is, and then we hit it.
I'm building up some eco so that I could get like maybe 8 or 9 scouts and then go send them through center.
Điện hạ có gì
Maybe
sai
Logan and I
bái
can
kiến
both
điện
do that.
Dân phu. Điện hạ.
Make it
Not
some
right now
monks.
though.
Dân phu.
Probably gonna need to throw up a market real quick here.
có gì sai bảo
Yep, built my market over here.
dân phu dân phu
I'm throwing mine up here for over here right now. Right here. Damn it. Right here. I will relocate it once we take over this area.
Điện hạ. Thảo dân đến ngay. Dân phu. Dạ bẩm có thảo dân.
Expand my farming
Dân phu.
and
Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh. Dân phu.
house building.
Sai
dân
bảo.
nữ xin chờ lệnh dân phu bái kiến điện hạ dân phu dân phu dân phu dân phu dân phu
Got a monk.
Bái kiến điện hạ. Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh.
I build a TC on your side.
Dân phu. Dân phu.
Probably do one on yours.
Got a bomber gonna hit that fire tower.
Logan, cutters.
Oh, thanks. I've been trying to put lumber camps kind of like right here.
Yeah, no, that's.
It wasn't
definitely-
on purpose.
No, I know. That's why I pointed it out for you.
I'll throw down Siege Workshop on my side as well.
Are there actually AI in there like that? When we played that one game where they came out once we busted through.
He picked Chinese. Oh, you mean? Well,
Like you know those like hero
Oh,
units?
no.
Just towers? Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
He showed us the map, so no, there were none.
Collected my 3 gold.
And no or not no, but 15 trade cards like before.
Yeah, 15.
Dân nữ xin chào lệnh. Dân phu. Lao dịch. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Dân phu. Dân phu. Dân phu. Dân phu. Dân phu. Dân phu. Dân phu.
Dạ bẩm có thảo dân. Dân phu.
31 woodcutters, 11 farmers,
Dân phu. Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh. Dân phu.
52 out of 90.
Dân phu. Dân phu.
28, 19, 54 villagers total, 90 out of 140.
Dạ bẩm, dân nữ đã rõ. Dân phu.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Dân phu. Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh. Dân phu. Bái kiến điện hạ. Dân phu.
Dân nữ xin chào dân phu. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Dân phu, dân phu, dân phu, dân phu.
Cutting this.
Working my side.
Dạ bẩm, có dân nữ. Dân phu.
Dạ bẩm có thảo dân phu.
Bái kiến điện hạ. Dân phu, dân phu. Dân nữ xin chờ lệnh. Dân phu. Dân phu.
Man, it's like a gold mine in there. Jeez, all those relics.
Mm-hmm.
Bái kiến điện hạ. Lao dịch.
Did you already take out all the towers? I mean, not that it matters, you can still cut.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Dạ bẩm, có dân nữ. Dân phu, dân phu. chờ lệnh. Điều phu. Dân 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 phu. Dân
Do you
phu.
need more relics, Salman?
Dân
Me?
phu.
Should be fine.
Yes.
Villagers are such idiots. They're like, oh, relics are in the way. There they
Dân
go.
xin chờ lệnh.
Bái kiến điện điều phu. Điều phu. Lao dịch.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Dân phu. Dân phu.
Dạ bẩm. Điều phu. Dân phu. Dân phu. Điều phu. Điều phu.
Dạ bẩm có thảo dân. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Dân phu.
Now, so you should make like 2 more monasteries to hold all those relics.
Phu. Dân phu. Dân
Copy.
phu. Dân phu.
So what you plan on making?
By default, combination of cavalry, but right now early trash response as needed.
Is your economy set up to make units? Because we are at the 30-minute mark.
36 woodcutters, 20 farmers.
Do you think you're ready?
Let me just get my food guys going.
Good man.
Bái kiến điện hạ.
Bái kiến điện hạ.
They're destroying towers down here.
Copy.
Dân phu.
Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh. Dân phu. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Dân phu.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Dân nữ xin chờ lệnh. Dạ bẩm, có dân nữ.
And Moots was trying to build a wall here, so he took out those towers.
Dân
What kind of
phu.
early forces
Dân
do we need
phu,
here?
Dân phu.
They're
scout.
coming in here. Copy. I'll make a bunch of hussars. I'm at 40 farmers.
Dạ bẩm có thảo dân.
Bái kiến điện hạ. Dân Dân phu. 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 Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Dân phu.
Bái kiến điện hạ. Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh. Dân phu.
Establishing some presence on Logan's side.
Bái
I want to
kiến
make a
điện hạ.
bunch of barracks.
Dân phu. Dạ bẩm có thảo dân. Tiều phu.
Let me know. I'm sending some scouts through here.
Yeah, Minsev's taking this area. Nice. Let me know. I'm at 190 out of 235.
My scouts are through. Almost. Shuaib is right
Okay.
here.
Okay. Munsif, what are you doing?
Come on, if you want to pick up these relics that are dropped out, that's fine.
He's got a bunch of relics. We need those. Fassel, you get them. Just make another monastery. I think Saman already has like 40.
It's 34.
Alright, 34.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo?
Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh. Dân phu. Dân phu.
15,000 wood, 15,000 food, 6,500 gold.
Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh. Dân phu bái kiến điện hạ. Dân phu. Dân phu. Dân phu. Dân phu.
Dân nữ xin chờ lệnh. Dân phu.
I'm gonna start dropping some bombard towers defensively. And Logan, starting in Logan's area. And I'll do the same in my area.
Oh, I can get a scout through. Hell yeah.
Roger.
Lots of castles going up. Okay. Oh, he's dead.
Dạ bẩm. Dân phu.
Dạ bẩm.
Making a wall on the left, or trying to at least.
Xin phục mệnh. Xin phục lệnh. Tiểu nhân làm ngay. Các huynh đệ. Tiểu nhân đã đỏ. Xông lên. Các huynh đệ. Xông lên. Giết. Quyết tông. Xin tuân lệnh. Các huynh đệ. Tiểu nhân làm ngay. Xin tuân lệnh. Xông lên.
Vassal, you have a scout there. Can you send it through? I think that unless those are fired. That one of them is. Both maybe.
One.
Có tiểu nhân.
I'm gonna put some bombard towers in your ecos.
Bái kiến điện hạ.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Dân phu. Dân nữ xin chờ lệnh. Dân phu.
Dạ bẩm có thảo dân.
Alright, scouting on the left.
Điện hạ. Dân phu.
Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh. Dân phu. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Dân phu.
Xin phục mệnh.
Parker's got good eco going.
Good.
Dân nữ xin chờ lệnh. Dân phu, dân phu, dân phu.
Bái kiến điện hạ.
Bái kiến điện hạ. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Dân phu, dân phu.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Dân phu, dân phu.
Well, then what do you think if we cut up from here or on the sides, right? At the corners and gate it up. We can send scouts through.
Like here you're saying? What'd you say?
Yeah, both corners, exactly. Both corners, right? Like it could be here or here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Dạ bẩm, có dân nữ. Dân phu.
He's building a wall. Shoaib got in on the left.
Roger. All right, let's contest that. Cut the funnel piece.
Am I blocking you?
That's fine. I'm coming through. Go.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Tiểu nhân đã rõ.
Sending scouts first.
Có tiểu nhân. Tiểu nhân làm ngay.
Time to make some siege and deny.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Xin tuân lệnh. Xin phục mệnh. Tiểu nhân đã rõ. Xin tuân lệnh. Tiểu nhân làm ngay. Tiểu nhân đã rõ. Tiểu nhân làm ngay. Xin tuân lệnh. Tiểu nhân đã rõ. Tiểu nhân làm ngay. Đã rõ. Xin tiểu nhân làm ngay. Đã rõ. Xin tuân lệnh. Tiểu nhân làm ngay. Các huynh đệ. Tiểu nhân đã rõ. Tiểu nhân làm ngay. Tiểu nhân đã rõ. Xông lên. Tiểu nhân đã rõ. Các huynh đệ. Xin tuân lệnh. Tiểu nhân làm. Tiểu nhân đã rõ. Xông lên. Tiểu nhân làm ngay. Tiểu nhân đã rõ. Xin tiểu nhân đã rõ. Các huynh đệ. Xin tuân lệnh. Tiểu nhân làm ngay. Đã rõ. Xông lên. Tiểu nhân làm ngay. Tiểu nhân làm ngay. Các huynh đệ. Tiểu nhân đã rõ ngay. Xin tuân lệnh. Xông lên. Tiểu nhân đã rõ. Xin tuân lệnh. Có tiểu nhân. Tiểu nhân làm ngay.
Oh, Ram's coming in.
see.
Yep.
Chờ lệnh.
Điện hạ có gì tiểu nhân đã rõ. Các huynh đệ. Có tiểu mệnh. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo. Tiểu nhân làm ngay.
I'm gonna just cut a little bit of it on the right.
Copy.
Alright, now we can get through.
Come back.
Xin phục mệnh. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo. Tiểu nhân đã rõ có tiểu nhân. Tiểu nhân làm ngay tuân lệnh.
Moving up Treb.
Roger.
Can I punch through this too?
By all means, go ahead.
I'm trying to solidify this. Thanks for the assist. I'm on with the archers. Got 38 on food. I think it's solid.
That's all. Building up quite a force there.
Copy.
Có tiểu nhân.
Lots of halberdiers. Lost a lot of paladins there. Oops.
Spending my I got Janissaries. Or not Janissaries.
And cannons.
And Cannoneers. Of course, unprotected. Trebs. Onagers rather. Okay, so the Onagers are no longer an issue.
Punch of the middle.
Going through.
Trip, why would you target me?
Dạ vâng, có thảo dân.
Có tiểu nhân. Tiểu nhân làm ngay đã rõ.
Move forward, villagers.
Có nhiều sai bảo. Có tiểu nhân. Tiểu nhân làm ngay. Có tiểu nhân làm ngay lệnh. Các quân đệ.
Better rebuild that wall.
Copy.
He just destroyed a path for you, Saman.
What are those archers doing there? What?
I don't know, but basically he's cutting the wood so you can sneak through.
Xin phục mệnh xông lên. Tiểu nhân làm giả đỏ các huynh đệ. Giết. Có tiểu nhân. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo. Xin phục mệnh. Tiểu nhân làm giả. Tiểu nhân giả đỏ. Xin phục mệnh. Tiến công. Tiểu nhân làm giả đỏ các huynh đệ. Tiểu nhân làm giả tiến công. Giết. Tiểu nhân giả đỏ các huynh đệ. Giết. Xin tuân lệnh. Có tiểu nhân điện hạ. Tiểu nhân giả đỏ. Giết. Tiểu nhân làm giả lệnh tiến công. Tiểu nhân làm giả đỏ các huynh đệ. Tiểu nhân giả đỏ. Có tiểu nhân giả đỏ.
That's such a weird attack. I mean, it seems like Ray's they're kind of grouping up, but like Shoaib did his shit in the middle, and then interesting. I'm like collecting resources or these relics right now. Oh, Eagle Warrior's kind of being a nuance. Okay, we got some scorpions on the right. Okay.
Có tiểu nhân. Tiểu nhân làm ngay. Có tiểu nhân. Tiểu nhân giả đỏ. Điện hạ có gì tiểu nhân làm ngay. Xin tuân lệnh.
Gotta make some trebs.
Copy.
Có tiểu nhân. Xin phục mệnh. Nhân giả đỏ. Xin tuân lệnh. Nhân giả đỏ làm ngay. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo. Tiểu nhân giả đỏ.
Oh, they're protecting those trips pretty well.
Xin phục mệnh. Điện hạ có nhân giả đỏ. Xông lên. Xin tuân lệnh. Tiến công. Có tiểu nhân. Tiểu nhân làm ngay. Nhân giả đỏ. Xông lên. Tiểu nhân làm ngay. Tiểu nhân giả đỏ. Các huynh đệ. Tiểu nhân làm ngay. Tiến công. Tiểu nhân giả đỏ. Các huynh đệ. Xông lên.
They're coming in. Gigantic push. Okay.
Yeah. The onagers.
Dude, the relic walls, man. Freaking sick. They're moving everything up.
Copy that.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo. Xông lên. Tiểu nhân làm ngay. Xin cả tôi đợi. Xin phụng mệnh có tiểu nhân. Tiểu nhân đã rõ. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo.
I got rams in the back. I'm sending them.
Dân nữ xin chào lại.
Bái kiến điện hạ. Liều phu.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo. Dân nữ đến ngay. Dân phu có dân nữ. Dân
Dạ
phu.
vâng, có thảo dân.
Xin phụng mệnh. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo. Làm ngay. Có tiểu nhân. Tiểu nhân làm ngay.
They were ready for a huge push on the left side.
Điện hạ tiểu nhân đã rõ. Xin tiểu nhân đã làm ngay. Có tiểu nhân.
Trying to push on the right side. So you guys see this? They were rallying huge, massively.
Oh wow. Okay.
They're pushing hard on this side.
Losing this side.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo. Tiểu nhân làm ngay. Xin cung lệnh. Tiểu nhân làm ngay. Xin phụng mệnh. Tiểu nhân đã rõ.
Massive, massive forces coming on the
Có tiểu nhân. Xin tiểu nhân làm ngay. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo.
vulnerability breached.
Tiểu nhân đã rõ. Có tiểu nhân. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo. Có tiểu nhân làm ngay. Điện hạ tiểu nhân đã rõ. Xin có tiểu mệnh. Xin phụng mệnh nhân làm ngay. Có tiểu nhân sai bảo. Tiểu nhân đã rõ. Tiểu nhân làm ngay.
Thảo dân xin chờ đợi. Dân phu.
Yeah, we gotta stop this.
Có tiểu nhân. Xin phụng mệnh nhân đã rõ. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo lệnh. Tiểu nhân làm ngay. Xin phụng mệnh.
My market's remade here.
trapped him.
Copy.
Shit.
It's a lot of camels. Making some halibs.
Raj.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Dân phu. Dạ bẩm có thảo dân.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Xin phụ mệnh nhân làm ngay. Tiểu nhân đã rõ, xin tuân lệnh.
Trying to get a castle on the left so I can make some trebs.
Có tiểu nhân làm ngay lệnh.
Alright, their front line's gone. I'm sending in my cavalry. Builders. I have one
Valley
incursion right here.
Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh.
And latest is too.
Dân phu.
Oh, good cleanup on the right. Nice.
Có tiểu nhân làm ngay đã rõ. Xin phụ mệnh có tiểu nhân. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Xin phụ mệnh có tiểu nhân. Xin tuân lệnh.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo? Dân phu.
Yep, massive push.
They're opening it up.
Yep. Copy on that.
Có gì sai bảo? Bái kiến điện hạ. Dân phu.
Bái kiến điện hạ.
Dạ bẩm thảo dân xin làm ngay. Dân phu.
Center.
Xin phụng mệnh.
Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh. Dân phu. Dân phu. Dạ bẩm có thảo dân. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo dân đến ngay. Dân phu. Dân phu. Thảo dân xin chờ
Dân
lệnh.
nữ xin điện hạ có gì sai bảo.
Yeah, rate seems pretty big.
Bái kiến điện hạ.
Có thượng nhân. Điện hạ có gì thượng nhân làm đây. Có thượng nhân. Phụng mệnh.
Microing the.
Alright, you guys ready for I have a bunch of Teutonic Knights and some Rams.
Let's go for it.
There's a right side, by the way.
Copy on it.
Có thượng nhân tiểu nhân đã rõ.
Dude, hell yeah. Oh, they blocked that.
Dân phu. Dân phu. Dân phu. Dân phu. Dân phu.
Should probably,
Dân phu. Dân
since
phu.
I was using the castles for Teutonics. Damn. Could you get some trebs? Making some trebs right now.
Dạ bẩm có dân nữ.
Bái kiến điện hạ. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo. Bái kiến điện hạ.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo. Xin tuân lệnh.
Dạ bẩm có thảo dân.
Xin phụng mệnh.
I need to deny them here. They're harvesting.
Kind of get Minsif off of this.
They're harvesting on the top two.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo. Có thượng nhân. Tiểu nhân đã rõ. Xin phụng mệnh là đã rõ. Các đây.
Bunch of Rams right there.
Roger on that.
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo. Tiểu nhân ngay, tiểu nhân đã rõ.
Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh, điện hạ có gì sai bảo. Dân phu.
Kiến điện hạ. Dân nữ xin chờ lệnh. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo.
Paladins and camels. At the castle.
Bái kiến điện hạ. Vâng vậy.
Copy.
Dân phu. Dân phu. Dân phu. Dân phu. Dân phu. Dân phu.
Forward build on the right. Lots of rams, lots of rams.
Copy on that.
Vessel, why so many cav archers?
Earlier on in that area, there was nobody, and they were coming down hard with a combination of infantry only. So that is a washover effect from a previous battle.
Vassal, can you move up your paladins on the right?
Yeah, copy.
Nhà bọc có thảo dân sai bảo. Dân phu. Dân xin làm ngay. Dân phu.
Copy on that.
Making some paladins over there. It's up the middle. Oh, nice vassal.
Onagers right here. Shit ton of them.
Yeah, that'll take out Teutonic Knights. I love how there's a monk picking up a relic in the middle of the battle. Yeah, I'm trying to clear up. I mean, I know that they're kind of good. We're losing left side.
Copy.
Yeah, Vassal, you have like Paladin stuck. He probably you set the rally point or something. Maybe you have a stables that was just created or something.
Copy.
Dân phu.
Thảo dân xin chờ lệnh. Điều phu.
Dân nữ xin chờ lệnh. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo kiến điện hạ. Dân nữ đến ngay.
Man, what a fun game.
Send some forward villagers.
Có chủ nhân điểm nhân giả đỏ cây. Tiến công. Điện hạ có gì sai bảo cây. Mệnh.
Holy shit.
Indeed.
Oh crap. I have some onagers? Oh man, those paladins. Nice. Come on, you just blocked them. Hell yeah. Oh, Pancake Central right there.
Yeah, I got pancake in return. So.
Oh, but you're you're baiting them. Hey, look at that. Good job. I think we stopped that charge, in my opinion.
Oh, we did.
Dân nữ xin chờ lệnh có gì sai bảo. Dân phu. Dạ bẩm có dân nữ. Tuân mệnh. Dân phu.
Sharky design.
GG, guys.
GG.
Channels.
Into it.
GG, guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
GG.
Shark, you have to go.
Yeah, I have to go. So yeah,
All right.
catch you guys later.
All right, take care.
All right.
Yep.
Good game.
Yeah, next week.
Or you had to leave?
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is fine. Sorry.
It's fine.
I guess I guess the balance worked out actually okay in that one.
Yeah. My big problem from my team was you guys kind of let them get a lot of territory and scout and see when they were grabbing what. Once if was hitting those towers pretty early. And then he got a lot of ground on the left side. Logan, you attacking that castle? I kind of get where you're coming from. You're trying to get your scouts in and stuff, but that castle in middle that was firing over the trees is actually helping you. Felt a little awkward for you to take that out, unless you're struggling for build space. So that was one thing because that castle was actually helping you. It was making Munsif's walls super awkward. It was making it was killing off some siege. It was killing off some units of Munsif and shows and stuff and whatever that came on that side. One thing I have to say was Show, good job being on multiple areas. You weren't just pigeonholed to one side. Unfortunately, I can't quite say that as much for Munsif, but Brightside was near constant, near battle all the time. So he was he was constantly applying pressure. So that was good. Fassel was adapting. He was on left, he was right. One thing was you guys kind of all ignored mid. That was a little problematic. They quite a few times came in with some trebs. And I was taking out all the towers and stuff. And one thing, Show, with the Lithuanians, the Litus is a great unit, but you don't want to be fighting Halbs with it. And archers are actually effective against Litus because of their lower HP. They have higher attack, but they have less HP. So when you did that Litus charge in mid, when I had the Halbs and Rattan archers, you basically, I mean, yeah, you stopped a little mini push that was going on, but you also lost basically every unit you had there. If there was paladins, you would have just kind of cleaned it up. So sometimes, knowing where the Litus need to be is more where Logan's and Fassel's paladins were being applied, where that pressure was being applied. That's where those Litus needed to be instead. But at least you made an attempt. You cleaned it up. I wasn't doing like a super hard attempt doing mid. I was just trying to keep you guys honest that it's a mid area. Nothing super crazy. The coordination from you guys was pretty solid. Coordination from us was decent. Obviously, comms was a little bit of an issue, but there was one really good push where Logan was calling out, "Hey guys, I'm switching to Teutonic Knights," and when you guys are all ready, I'm ready to go, and then we all kind of went together, and that was a really big, reverse attack, counterattack. So that was really good to see. It was a good unit comp change, really effective one too. But yeah, no, overall I think it was a solid game from everybody. Great warm up.
Yep, understood. Hey, by the way, so I did that map specifically just because Sharky was, and we had some new, like I was thinking Dobo was going to show up, but last minute he couldn't show up or anything. So there's that. I guess, are you guys pretty okay with the like, you still want to play like this type of map, or did you want to go back to the map we've been playing? The I forgot the name of it. You know what we played last time, which is a bit open with the relics on the
mountains.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's right. Like you guys are all cool with that?
I mean, that map, I guess, is generally faster than this, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, this one is a bit slower, but on purpose. But that one's going to be a bit faster. So, all right. So we'll just do that real quick. But overall, I mean, pretty decent. If you got to be able to realize, obviously, you if you didn't have onages, you could have made your own. You didn't need as many rams, by the way. And if you basically slash your number of rams by a third, and then add a few of your own onagers, and then you're good. And
I decided to do that at the end, but that was kind of too late.
Yeah, it was late.
I relied on his onagers, but I can't keep calling for them, I guess. I mean, if I just got the green light, no, I can come, I would have just made my own. But you
Yeah.
promise, oh, I'm coming, gonna make, and then I just see one or two and they died, just like that.
No, but regardless of whether he's there or not, he's coming or not, there's no need for you to make that many rams. Like that many rams with a huge army in front of you is like completely useless. So basically, you do a third of the rams, and then the rest of the rest you can add a few scorps, or then maybe add a couple of onagers. That's it. That's all you needed to do. Like that's it. Like using your own siege workshop. Guys, Salman, do you remember the name of it? It was push and pull, right?
Push and pull was the one you literally just played.
Okay.
You're talking about
Oh,
Showdown.
it was just we
Monkey Town.
played. Sorry. It was. Is that what it was? Say that again. Repeat.
Showdown Money Town.
Okay. I think I got it. So I think the teams are.
Oh no, it's not. Shit.
I guess I'll have to look at it now.
Yeah, no.
Hot seat
Showdown.
push and pull.
Yeah.
Oh,
push.
what is it? What is it?
Yeah, it is push and pull. I think. Yeah.
So
yeah.
it was push and pull.
Yeah, you confused me because you named this one push and pull as well.
Oh. Okay. Let me just.
It was the hot seat one, but we're not hot seating, right?
Yeah.
Right. Just give me a second here. I just want to make sure I got the name. Okay, yeah, that's the one. I guess Salman, you were right. We kind of like I reused the names and crap.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay, so that confused the hell out of me too. All right. Okay. Let me do that. Get the map. Game is up, by the way. Let me get that map type. 3 push and pull. Update it now. Okay, got that. Okay, I think we can do the same. It was the same teams, right? It was Logan and Munsif and Faisal and Shuaib. I don't remember the colors anymore now. Was it teal and yellow?
I think it was
I think
purple.
it's in the Discord map. Check the Discord channel.
I think it's purple.
Oh, was it?
I think I was purple and yeah, it was teal and yellow.
Yeah, so yeah, teal and yellow was the front, and then red and green was the front.
Yeah.
Purple and blue on the.
Yeah, because Munsif hates teal, so he must have given Logan yet teal.
Yeah, so most would be yellow then automatically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Class
Look.
was, I guess was green and I'm red.
Yeah, y'all did pretty damn good. Everybody did pretty good, so super happy about what y'all were doing. Love the Teutonic change, and yeah, so it was good. And I also like the little corner ninja hit on the Munsif market thing too was pretty nice. Whoever, I think Faisal, you did that.
Yeah, that was all Faisal.
Yep. Kind of discombobulated Munsif a bit, so it was good.
I just made archers.
Yeah. It's all good.
And then I saw the swarm of units charged by elephants up top.
Yeah.
I saw them, I'm like, oh god, guys, you guys.
Was there? There was no AI, right, guys?
No.
It was 6 players, so it's closed. Okay. Yeah, I think we're kind of good. Who's missing?
Oh, that's all.
Ah, okay. He must be doing the setting up the YouTubes. How did you? Oh, wow, it was pretty good. I mean, it warmed up everybody. I felt like everybody was pretty on point.
Yeah.
Go yellow, Mensa. And then let's switch.
Yep, yep.
Mensa wants to do teal.
Ew, 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 ew.
Civs, you guys thinking?
Yeah, I'm still. Give me a minute.
Is Minsif really quiet?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. Just give me a minute. I'll be back.
Say something now.
He just went AFK.
Oh. I like increase his volume to 200.
All right, I'm back. All right.
Welcome back.
So you guys how you guys wanna do it?
What did we do last week? Were you Celts? Do you want to do something else?
Our first game was Celt, second game was Slavs. I'm trying to change my saves. All right, let me see. We had a lot of relics in this map, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. That helped. Vassals, Burgundians, and I had so much food last game.
Oh yeah, you guys had the best team bonus, by the way. You had gold and food generated from the relics. Technically, you don't need that many villagers or
On farms, yeah. I
on
made too many
farms
because I was
or
like, I'm gonna make
yeah.
paladins, and then I'm like, I had
Yeah,
like 100,000 food.
yeah, you could use maybe 20% less and put them on the army side. So that's what I think that's what Salman did too. What do you guys think to go Bohemians? If I go Bohemians.
Oh, what you gonna be making with them?
Well, mainly siege and infantry.
Oh, what kind of siege we talking about here?
Well, they have that special units, the Hosset, and also the
Hofnitze, but you can pronounce it
the Hof
howitzer. That's the actual
howitzer.
translation. Howitzer.
Howitzer. Okay, so they have the howitzers, and then they have those Hofnes, which is good. I also can support with Scorps. And like support with my own units, infantry.
So basically, you're telling me
Mainly, I'll be mainly defensive. We need somebody to go offensive.
yeah, so you'd be saying Scorps, cannons, bombard cannons, and probably pikes.
And infantry, yeah, pikes and hand cannoneers.
Are you okay with that, Logan?
Can you repeat it? So you're gonna do hand cannoneers and the howitzers?
He said the Hufnitze, the Scorpion, with halbs and hand cannons.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. I'm thinking of doing the same Teutons. Or maybe because the thing is, like, I kind of want to go Cumans, but at the same time, they just have Palisade Wall. What's another Paladin Onager? I've asked you this
Celts.
before. The Celts. Oh, yeah, let's do that because then your siege workshops, you can generate the howitzers faster. How does that sound?
Okay, sounds good.
I like that.
Yeah, but so you can pop in that Bohemian pick if you want it then. So what kind of units you want me making?
Archers.
Cool.
My pikes at 25% bonus damage. That's
Mhm.
good.
Your halberdiers are extra pointy.
Sharp.
Extra pointy. They really, took that woodstone, sharpened up that point, man. It's really pointy. Ah.
And my monks use food instead of gold.
That is true, yeah.
Oh, I didn't pick it.
Nope.
Man, come on. I don't want to be up too late.
Mm-hmm.
I went Magyar. Your turn, Logan.
So range support, huh?
Yep.
Alright, so I went Mongols.
What do you guys think about Turks?
Can't go wrong with Turks.
Yeah, I like it. Cause you're gonna be making scout cavalry too, right?
If you want me to.
I'm just thinking like I just rolled on the floor. What was that? Cause Shoaib, I know he's gonna just be a super like speedy. Although I mean I'll have my paladins. We'll see.
Okay. Turks.
But yeah, Turks is fine.
Quit touching me! Raiding party!
Nice town. I'll take it.
My granny could scrap better than that.
Come on.
Hans.
Raiding party!
No.
Raiding party!
Are you gonna raid them, Woodsif?
No, no, of course not. Oh, I hate Huns.
Evet. Tamam.
There's no towers, right?
Emrin
This one?
yaparım. Yapar. Evet. Doğru.
Oh wait, which map is this?
Hazır. Tamam.
I didn't play this map.
Usta. Efendim? Doğru. Usta.
We played this before.
Usta.
You played it
Usta.
once. Last week.
Okay.
The tree line here, 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 and here. Remember? Like the 4 tree lines, the relics. And there's the stone out here.
Yeah.
You remember? No?
But those that has the waterfalls here?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Hazır. Usta. Usta.
Hey, get some scouts.
Usta. Emrin? Evet. Evet. Usta. Efendim? Usta. Emrin? Usta.
Make my second TC.
Usta.
Got this out.
Efendim?
Evet. Emrin? Usta.
Ah, I remember.
Yeah, and you got your stone over here that you'll probably want to get soon.
Yeah.
Or start thinking about getting soon.
Usta.
They're spreading on the left side. It's fine with me.
Hazır. Usta.
Getting
Usta,
relics is gonna
usta,
be important.
usta, usta, usta,
Yeah.
usta, usta.
Interesting.
What happened?
He's going full stone right there. Can I mark it up?
Emrin evet. Doğru yaparım. Tamam yaparım. Doğru.
I saw them going in the left side.
Tamam. Doğru. Tamam. Evet. Yaparım. Doğru. Yaparım. Tamam. Evet. Yaparım.
Oh, what'd you say? On left side?
I saw them going to the left side, so I don't know if they're still there. I'm gonna scout again there.
Efendim. Usta. 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 Usta.
Hazır.
Hazır. Usta. 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 Efendim. Usta. Usta. Usta.
Evet. Usta.
Evet.
You're okay?
Doğru.
Yeah. Wrong pipe.
Efendim evet. Doğru yaparım. Tamam. Doğru evet. Yaparım. Tamam. Evet. Tamam. Yaparım. Doğru. Yaparım. Doğru. Tamam. Evet.
Efendim? Yaparım. Evet.
Evet.
Hazır. Usta.
Efendim. Hazır. Tamam. Evet. Emrin. Doğru. Yaparım. Evet. Tamam. Doğru. Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. Evet. Doğru. Tamam. Yaparım. Doğru. Evet. Tamam. Yaparım. Doğru. Evet. Yapar. Evet. Yapar. Tamam.
Emrin.
Evet. Doğru. Evet. Tamam.
Hazır.
Shit, I forgot. So Fassel's green, and I was like, oh. Didn't even, like, occur to me that that's the wrong team.
Efendim?
He is on the opposing team, yes?
Usta. Usta. Emrin. Evet. Usta. 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 Emrin. Tamam.
Emrin doğru. Yapar. Tamam. Yaparım. Doğru.
Where is your
Yaparım. Doğru.
market?
Tamam. Evet. Tamam. Yapar. Evet.
Why
Doğru.
is that
Tamam.
closed?
Doğru. Yaparım. Evet.
I can move it.
Tamam. Doğru. Evet. Tamam.
Alright, let me move it.
Yaparım. Efendim.
I just needed to get some gold real quick.
Emrin. Evet. Yaparım.
Efendim? Usta.
Evet. Evet.
Evet. Usta.
Hazır. Usta.
Efendim. Doğru. Tamam. Evet. Doğru.
Evet. Usta.
Hazır. Doğru.
Emrin. Hazır. Doğru. Usta. Usta.
Hazır. Emrin. Usta. Usta. Usta.
Emrin tamam.
Yeah, I forgot something.
You have your trade card. Wait, you built yours back here.
What?
It's
What
like
happened?
Your market.
I thought you were saying mine was too close.
Mine
like,
is
to the-
here.
Yeah, I thought.
You thought you were saying his was too close.
Madenci.
Like yeah, so I moved mine up, but I was like mine was the same spot as yours.
Well, yeah.
It's all good. It's all good.
Well, actually, you're right. My bad. I'm gonna move mine too.
Usta. 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 Usta.
Oh, fix the other trade cards.
The heck? Oh man.
Hazır.
Efendim?
Emrin. Usta. Efendim. Usta. Usta.
All right. Alright, I moved my castle.
Market.
Yep. I moved my market. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
I was like, wait, what?
I
I didn't
moved
know you
my
could do that.
Evet.
Sure.
Usta. Usta.
Thank you.
I had a feeling. Look, be confused if I didn't clarify that one.
Emrin. Usta.
We're trying to scout here, Red.
Evet. Usta.
Efendim. Hazır. Usta. 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 Usta.
Emrin?
Oh, there's more relics. Hmm.
So they definitely left heavy. Right? They haven't even touched
Yeah,
this.
yeah, in the left side, I know. Let's see how to block that thing.
Efendim?
Evet. Hazır. Usta. 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 Emrin.
Yeah, that's their wall.
Hazır.
Evet. Usta.
Emrin. Usta.
Efendim usta.
Hazır. Efendim? Yaparım. Madenci.
Emrin. Usta.
Evet. Usta. 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 Usta.
What is this ram doing?
Opening up for scouting.
Yeah, he's just scouting.
Efendim. Usta. 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 Usta.
Alright, now they're taking the left side. Or, I mean the right side.
Yeah.
Hazır. Usta. Usta. Usta.
Wait, why I came out?
Evet. Oduncu. Tamam.
They were gonna hit him on the left.
Usta.
Efendim?
Efendim. Usta. Emrin. Hazır. Usta. 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 Evet. Usta.
Oh man, Minsev's got like, how did they not like? They gotta be. That should trigger them, and we gotta stop that.
Stop what?
No, no, you're you're good.
Oh, yeah, okay, so they want to stop me, you mean? Okay.
Yeah, like the fact that like they see that and they're just not doing anything is very interesting.
I actually don't think they've seen it.
My point is to deny them that area, so
Yeah,
Yes.
no,
I'm good.
you're doing a good job.
Mhm.
All right, I'm ready to just onager through all this stuff, like the wood right here. That's why I'm building this wall back here, Vincent.
Sure. I have plenty of
Efendim.
units there too. I'm making
Emir
those
Usta.
howitzers too.
I mean, yeah, when you're ready though. I'm not exactly there.
I'm gonna be popped out in maybe 2 minutes.
Okay.
Hazır. Usta. Evet. Doğru. Usta. Hazır. Oduncu. Emrin? Efendim.
Evet.
Evet. Emrin?
Emrin. Usta. 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 Usta.
And you're getting the stone in the middle. I like it.
Hey, no one is claiming it.
I'm walling you in.
I'm maxed out.
Hazır.
I need to make barracks next to you.
Are you ready?
Hold on.
Evet. Efendim?
Too bad there's not a way to like, you could order like have commands and then click a button and then just have them all like, all right, now do your commands.
Hazır. Usta. Usta.
Like I want all my onagers to just fire this like their own area and boom.
Efendim?
Game's too old for that.
Oh, is that our gate on the left there, Minsu? Oh, it is. Okay.
Alright, they are sending some units on the left side here. Okay, let me send those howitzers. You see the gate that they have here? You wanna go from here?
No, I'm gonna punch through this forest right here, to the left of the gate.
Okay.
Or we could go in the middle to get to that TC. What do you think? Because I figured, I mean, we really need to hit this, in my opinion. Like this is Shoaib's farmland. We hit that, he's dead.
Efendim. Usta.
Emrin.
They're
Yep,
bringing
that looks like they're
trap.
going. Yep, there's the trebs. Oh yeah, go for it. Just, oh, nice. Hell yeah. And you got
Oh,
some.
they cut it, they cut
you
it.
guys, I got paladins too, and you have paladins. They're doing exactly what we were.
Yeah, that's fine.
Emrin? Usta. 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 Usta.
Hazır.
Evet. Usta. Efendim. Hazır. Usta. Usta.
Efendim?
Evet.
Oh, look at that. You're just surrounding my trebs. Oh,
Usta.
the beauty. Let them take out those rams. I don't care. Go for it. As long as these trebs are just protected. Hell yeah. Oh, and some of the rams survived. Wow.
Hazır.
Moving up the treads for this TC.
Usta.
Evet. Usta.
Emret. Usta.
Emrin. Usta. Efendim? Usta.
Efendim. Evet. Usta. Usta. Şimdi. Evet. Usta.
Round of 4 build. I kind of opened it up, Munsif. I took out that forest, so it's kind of open, but that gives us space for buildings and not be they would kind of shoot us from behind them. Let me know if you need some stone for more bombards.
I need wood.
How many people do you have on wood?
33. Put more people there.
Evet.
Hazır. Doğru. Yaparım.
Hazır ol. Tamam.
Ah, protect those guys.
Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. Tamam. Yaparım. Allah Allah. Evet.
Oh shit. Watch out here. Oh, you won
yeah,
there.
I countered.
Oh, I didn't know.
Cause no, they hit. You had a bunch of howitzers, and so then I sent those in when you were getting attacked.
Usta. Usta.
Those are awesome. Damn it. Okay, so
Yeah, move up your let's take out that TC again. You got it. Man, how do they just plop shit down? Try to target the buildings with your howitzers. With that TC.
Hazır. Emrin. Usta.
Efendim.
the traps.
Hazır.
I need cavalry here. Shit.
Usta. Usta. Usta.
Yeah, more pikes. You gotta fix your market too.
My market? Oh, it
Or
happened.
do you have like, yeah, they're just idle.
Okay.
Usta.
Who's taking care of onagers from our side?
Oh, you need them? I mean, we were making such a good push, I kind of stopped making them.
Yeah,
Just
but-
become more aggressive. Paladins. Alright, making them.
I need the traps to get destroyed. There's a trap behind, just by itself.
Ass rams, here come. A lot of pikes.
Evet.
Efendim?
Traps. I need cavalry.
Hazır.
Emrin. Oduncu. Hazır.
Efendim, tamam.
Lots of rams being built.
Hazırım. Usta, usta, usta. Usta. Usta, usta.
Let's sustain my
Gosh, blue's coming in strong.
Are there any relics left somewhere?
I think so, no. Whenever Shuaib plays a game, you can never, you won't miss out on the Scorpion.
Oh, it's not even a Scorpion, it's fucking just Siege,
No
man.
problem in here. I need cavalry. Mango dies.
That was him.
Alright, I already spoke to no problem.
A lot of fucking Muggenai.
Oh, how they destroyed that shit? Shit, shit, shit.
Usta, usta, usta.
Yeah, blue is pushing my side here with the trebs.
Yep, yep. We gotta just rebuild.
Hazır.
Rally somewhere.
Emret. Efendim. Usta.
Already got everything. Oh shit. Those rams coming to my side. Yeah. They pushed me hard.
Alright, yeah, trying to get the...
Shit. I can't rebuild on that side.
Yeah, rebuild your GC.
Evet. Hazır. Emret. Evet, doğru. Efendim,
Evet,
hazır.
efendim.
Efendim. Evet, evet. Tamam.
Hazır. Evet. Emrin. Evet. Usta.
Emret.
So every second I get 10 gold.
Doğru.
Nice.
Just gotta wait.
Usta.
Hazır. Evet. Hazır. Emret. Evet.
Emrin hazır.
Efendim.
There's still relics in their base actually.
Efendim?
Emret. Evet. Hazır.
Emrin.
Evet.
Efendim? Usta.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't clear the right side. Can you clean the right side? I'm gonna need the view here.
Sure.
Efendim. Usta. Hazır. Usta.
Watch out here, blue.
Hazır.
Watching like never mind. Oh, that's why. I forgot. Freaking Huns. Isn't there bonus?
Yeah, they're Huns.
Yeah, no. The Huns decrease our gold input. Yeah, we get minus 50% resources. I was gonna say why our gold is suffering.
That's why I told you at the start of the game, get those relics early.
Yeah.
Well, blue is just targeting me in the left side. Keep killing all my buildings and...
Right side's open now. One more boar.
Emrin.
Emrin. Tamirci.
That side they took over the left side. I have no more wood. Shit.
It's open.
This was my. Okay, it's open. Okay.
They're making a lot of castles. We gotta stop that. I'm struggling with just resources in general, food and gold. I have 43 farmers. Kinda need ideas, Minsa. Seems like we're getting pushed really
I'm
hard.
just buying time so I get more wood. So I can start pushing. I'm making only food and gold now. Maybe for the next 5 minutes.
Hazır. Efendim? Usta. Hazır. Tamam. Yaparım. Usta.
Evet, usta.
Emrin. Usta.
I'm gonna make this bomber too. Remember towers.
I have a lot of stone. Let me know if you need it.
I have stone.
Yeah.
There's so many tracks destroying everything.
Not sure how much longer I can go. I'm really tired. Oh, you got Cavaliers. Nice.
Perhaps coming left side.
Onagers?
Sorry, Onagers coming left.
See if you can attack that castle with your bombards.
I am getting these traps. Those are Onagers. Okay, I'm sending them to the castle. Can you move forward your units a little bit, Salman? Protect my howitzers. My hoofness, sorry. Shh.
Oh, we got the castle. Nice.
Yeah, yeah.
Send in your Cavaliers. We're getting raided over here.
Blue. He knows what to target. So.
Got it.
I have wood.
You need wood?
Yeah, I need wood.
There you go.
Oh wow. That's it.
Have you been on the edge the whole time?
I've been telling you I'm waiting for the wood to come, make more wood for the next 5 minutes, but I've been consuming it. Oh shit, now I'm gonna destroy them.
Taking our trade cards.
Efendim.
Alright, build up something. I'm totally done.
Emret.
we kill the?
Efendim. Hazır.
Just protect my Hofness, please.
Usta.
At any point.
Yaparım.
I need to move forward.
All right, good to call it.
Yeah. That's it.
I'm trying to defend this, but I think I just lost all my trade cards.
Yeah, good game.
Alright, change
Alright,
channels.
Good game.
GG.
GG.
Great. By the way, Munsif, excellent work. By the way, like you played Bohemians like super good. Loved how you controlled the wood early, and loved how you pushed into Facile with Logan. I thought that was like super MVP move. Definitely got you like a lot of bandwidth and made it into such a successful push. So Munsif, I love that you built like all the units, the Hussite wagons, Hofnitzas, howitzers. I think you just and the bombard towers. So I mean, you did like a super awesome. Hey Logan, excellent support, right? Like you supported that push, and you were holding kind of like that front line. So again, I can't argue with your unit comp. Your unit comp was like pretty decent. I do think that there was some times where you and Munsif were not always in sync, but definitely the first, I would say, when Munsif attacked and you were with him, it was a 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. So again, I absolutely cannot complain about that. We were down Facile significantly because he never built his eco going backwards. He just kind of built where he was. It was just one of those things that happened to him. So he was kind of out. So I had to help out with Shoaib. Shoaib, pretty decent work. You just need to still do a better job with your managing in Mugadai, and then recognizing that I think you did recognize that you needed pikemen to help, but a couple of times sometimes you can't like immediately go into the fight, especially you're down a player or Facile isn't not as much present, and then you're facing with two big armies. So usually you needed to, the one thing you needed was the Treb defense. The defensive trebs, which you didn't have. So basically they outranged you, and you couldn't do anything with the siege because the army was too great in front of you, and therefore like you were kind of stuck and you couldn't do anything. That's when you needed like, you know, like trebs to like basically defend and then counter push, right? Because otherwise you were just kind of stuck. The units in front of you were so many, like it's not like there wasn't as much you could have done by yourself, right? So you needed a front line sort of, and you didn't have one, so you had to kind of like make some dummy buildings in front and then use your trebs to kind of like at least buy yourself some time, so either hit their trebs or basically hit their towers. Other than that, I think you tried, you tried playing, but good news is that you had piled enough resources, so you were able to sustain the attack, right? Again, I'm actually pleasantly surprised. I mean, I think a couple of times like Logan charged in. Logan was freaking doing great work pushing in into the Mugadai, so freaking pretty awesome work, Logan. That was really good from your part. because you weren't really letting the Mugadai stand around, right? And if they stood around, you killed them. So you were like beelining for them, and that was really good. Shoaib, you kind of realized, and then definitely put those pikemen in there. That really helped. It also helped you then after a while you didn't have as many. The rallying was really important, Shoaib, so that was really good. Faisal, look, you kind of stuck it out. You kind of I gave you some room. You kind of figured out a bit of your eco. You're kind of behind. Unfortunately, because there was a lot of buildings we had to build behind you because basically you were completely out. Other than like your eco that you had and some buildings you had. So by destroying your buildings, because there's no point in just making military at that point. At that point, you just kind of rebuild your eco. So I'm glad that you worked on trying to get your eco back up, not completely going 0-0-0 on all your resources. So that was really good. And then in doing some targeted attacks with the limited stuff you had with the cav charges, that was super good. And then throwing in like the trebs, the very helpful targeted trebs, that was super critical. So even in the comeback on the defense to turn into offense, to getting that side resource, Faisal, you were pretty monumental on that. So that was really good working with Shoaib on that. And then just not losing. I guess you didn't have enough to make, so you couldn't lose as much. So it kind of just worked out for you. So overall, that was like pretty solid. So I'm super happy. So generally, everyone's play was stellar, like really good. Faisal learned some lessons, and obviously in this map he has to improve a bit more. But overall, it was overall I thought it was a pretty good effort, and super happy with how Munsif played. Like the Bohemians, like that's how you kind of want to play the Bohemians, right, Munsif? So you really made the healthy number of like mixed units, and that was really nice to see that you kind of did that. So overall, super happy with how you guys played. I was expecting that there was going to be an issue early game, but that was fine. With what was going to happen. So there were some lessons on our side that we needed to learn. We kept our mental cool, and Shoaib kind of like held the line with his targeted, like really important with how he managed his Mugadai and some onagers. I think there's a few times, Shoaib, like it really cost us when you made all those Scorps. Like Scorps are like just completely like apart from like 4 or 5 maybe in that situation, I wouldn't even make them. Like there was nothing to protect them, right? Like now once we actually established our forward bit, like basically it wasn't even forward, it was just reclaiming what Faisal had. Now you could have in theory put your Scorpions there, but the point is that you got the whole thing for mobility. We were pushing. Scorps was not going to help you in that scenario. Onager was really needed, but not in like big numbers in like 2-3 like you were kind of doing 2-3. Luckily, the way you were building and the way you were dying, you only could feel 2-3 at a time. So it kind of worked. And then I guess like when they did corral a bit, your siege play luckily just kind of came in clutch with pancaking. I mean, because like the freaking horse archers and hand cannoneers were quite something. So making sure that you could like provide some kind of control was really important there, and not just entirely losing everything. So overall, I really liked what you guys. Just what you guys generally did. Logan continues to have a great game. Munsif has been really working really well on this map. You guys got that side again. Actually, you guys got both sides again. And our guy and we kind of poor scouting. Shoaib's side of the map was like mostly black. They didn't even contest. It was like not even trying. So if we weren't gonna try that, and then Munsif was given that, we were always going to be on the clock, and we were going to be in trouble. So it was a matter of time that we were going to get so screwed without the wood, because without you, Shuaib, then it was kind of like GG real quick. But you kind of held it together, and you kind of figured out. But like I said, in this match, you cannot give both sides. You have to contest one and take one. The other team's been consistently doing that, so they've been getting like really good advantage early. But overall, still lessons learned, but improvement from last week. So super happy. I guess Salman, if you can give me a quick rundown from your team side. I do want to speak. I want you to speak from your team side, what the good and the bad, and then from our side, please. Thank you.
So the good, you already pointed it out. My team went forward. I have to say, Munsif was completely and totally discombobulated when we started the map. He didn't know what map it was. It threw him off, and so Munsif, really good job adjusting and scouting so that you could figure out what the map was and which map we were playing. I mean, I gave some things like the storm was here and the waterfalls, and like it clicked, and then he scouted the map and he's like, oh, this map, and like, so that was a really good job to get your mental mindset to the map. It helped you secure ground, and so again, you guys did a good job of securing forward resources and gaining access to both sides. Same thing happened like last week. Wutzif cleared his bores, so we're cutting all the wood there. Logan didn't clear bores, so we didn't start collecting wood there, which became an issue for Munsif because he ran out of wood. He was really struggling for wood, and if you had cleared the bores earlier, Munsif would have been able to go there to get wood once that left side was under threat, or could have evenly split it. So that was a little bit of an issue, or something to communicate or think about. That way, your siege player has access to all the wood he needs, and it's not on. Think about it this way, Logan, and you too, Munsif. Actually, for the whole group, you guys are fighting on the side that you're relying on to get wood, right? You're fighting over to control this wood, and that's where you're actively cutting it. If you have control of both sides, if you're gonna fight one side, make sure you're cutting wood on the other side. That way it's safe, right? Think about it that way. So that's one thing you want to keep in mind. That early attack, well, not necessarily, but that first attack with Munsif and Logan was really well done. I kind of, well, to be fair, it was a counterattack, and the attack from Shuaib and Faisal kind of fell flat, kind of hard, and that, as Faisal would term, blowback was rough, and it went all the way in. I'm not sure how Faisal was doing economically, because I was his opponent this time, but I saw him field a good number of units in the earliest game and that attack earlier in the early game. So that gave me hope for his eco that, some of the practice we did over the week helped him out. So I'm going to take that as a good sign that he had a solid number of forces. He just lost them too fast, and his eco was too forward. So military production was affected because you wouldn't have enough space to build production buildings, and that became an issue. And I'm pretty sure that's what caused Faisal to kind of disappear from the game. I was watching that fight, and I knew I couldn't intervene. It would be too much. You guys, Munsif and Logan, you guys were already kind of, you guys were tearing through them. You're just rolling them over. because Vassal was struggling so hard after the flop that was their attack, which was it was entertaining to see because both of you guys, both teams, were vying to cut the wood to do an attack. You guys just did it 30 seconds earlier. So that's part of the reason why the attack flopped. One is it because my team was trying to attack at the same time, getting ready to attack in the exact same spot too. It's kind of funny you guys target the exact same spot. So that's one thing. Another thing was the attack was pretty telegraphed by watching your guys' units running around. So that's one thing of note. Like I kept seeing, we had vision, a little bit of vision into some of your guys' areas. Probably with outpost, like I don't see him on the map now, but probably outpost. And I saw Fassel's units trudging, and I didn't call it out. I think it was Munsif who called it out. He's like, "Hey, these guys are coming," and you see a mix of scouts and skirms and stuff, and then we've been seeing this trickle of units, so I kind of knew. And then when where you parked them, honestly, could have been absolutely devastating for you. Because the Hoofdnitze were there. You parked them right where they were in range. So that was a little problematic. So one thing was, it would have been a little bit better to put your units where your eco was. We wouldn't have had vision there. And when Shoaib was ready, move them from your eco into where that forest was going to be cut. That way, we wouldn't have seen the units. It was a solid attempt. A for effort, for sure. It's just that again, these guys were planning to attack from the exact same spot, and they were almost ready to do the exact same maneuver, just in reverse. It worked out for these guys because they had the right units to kill off your guys's. We had the paladins versus the hussars as an example. Your guys' paladins weren't in the fray. I don't know if they're being queued and rallied in the back, or you just didn't send them up, because I know when Logan sent his paladins forward, they were paladins from Vassal. But again, I don't know if they were being rallied or not. Probably as a response to Logan's paladins. I'm not sure about that. I didn't see any aggression from Shoaib or Vassal on the right side. That's a little bit problematic, just a little bit, because the only reason I'm saying it's a little bit problematic is because you guys played the entirety of the left side. There wasn't one little the left side, left mid side. No, you guys played the entirety of the left side of the map, which was it was a wide area, so that was good to see. At least you guys were playing for wide amount of resources. But overall, I think unit efficiency was a little rough on our side. It was really bad for Vassal and Show in the start, because again, like Paladin versus Hussar, Paladin beats Hussar pretty handily, and that efficiency is kind of what screwed you over in the initial set. And then later on, the Onagers and Mugadai started to come into play, and the efficiency started to swing a little bit over to Vassal and Show. Especially because, Onagers on the field, Onagers, once they're firing, are extremely efficient. When they get pancakes and stuff. So that was really good to see. And that's what kind of led to you guys being able to push back. Obviously, Kurum had to come in and give you guys a little bit more of a front line to the Archer Fire and stuff. But and to cover for the fact that Vassal was down for a while as well. But for the most part, it was solid. Vassal's eco was a little too far forward. I agree with that. I did caution him against that over the week whenever we did that one practice thing. Did warn him, going too far forward with your eco could cause issues because you don't have space to build military production, and that is an issue he just experienced it. He felt the burn of it this time, so that's that. Overall, Bunsif did a great job adapting to his early confusion and readjusting his mindset and getting into the game and securing some zones, coordinating with Logan into the first counterattack. So you guys did a really good job there. Felt like you guys were doing fine overall economically. There was a little bit of confusion with the markets, which was kind of funny. Yeah, house walled me in, which was not ideal. But I just cut the other way. Outside that, wow, Munsif did good. Logan did good. Fassel did good late game, which he tends to do. It was much better showing late game, mid to late game. His early game, military wise, the early military actions was painful, and it led to a snowball, which is kind of what happened. Show did good. I was actually really happy to see Pikeman mixed in with your Mugadai. It made cav charges on the Mugadai so much harder to do. That was very well played. Very happy to see that. Super happy it wasn't camels. So well done. Good forward building as well. You guys came in, secured that area, and then you guys plopped a lot of buildings down. There's castles Aegon everywhere. I wasn't really going too much on siege to take out buildings and stuff. I was leaving that to these guys, and they struggled with that when you guys came in. So good job. So my take was Logan and Munsif did a really good early game. Basically won the game based off their early game. Could have had to step in because Fassel went down and it was leaving a snowball effect. Show was going to go. So Fassel stepped in, and then yeah, good job to Winsif and Logan. And then late game, Vassal stepped up, Show stepped up. I saw a couple attempts from Vassal to build in some traps, so it was nice to see that he was putting in siege to take out buildings. It would have been nice to see a couple of rams from Show. That would have been nice. That's about all I can think of off the top of my head.
Cool, awesome. I guess I'll just we'll just spend like a couple of minutes for everybody to kind of say their how they felt about the game and what they learned and what's maybe something they're going to improve upon. Hey, so I guess Logan, you can go.
It was fun. I liked the first game better. The second game I was struggling with. There's like the game one, I just collected so many relics, so I had no gold problem. And the food with the relic, we had the bonus with the
Oh
Burgundians.
yeah, the bonus. The
And
bonus was
then
huge.
this game, like the Huns like cut our shit in half, so it was just like, and I had 59 lumberjacks at one point. Wood was not a problem. I probably made too many, and there was one point in the game where I moved like 47 villagers, and I was just cracking myself up, like, and moving them. That's when they were on the right side, just so many villagers. I was like, how did I get to this? And then what was it? The food, I made 40 because I was making so many paladins, and then Munsif was like, "Hey, I need onagers," so going to the comms, like, it was great. Like, I think Munsif's doing a really good job of communicating and stuff like that. And like, I feel like when we're telling, all right, we're gonna push here, and then he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna be full pop in like a couple minutes," and I was like, "Oh, cool, I'm not even there yet." And it was nice to like have that kind of where we're preparing ourselves before it even happens, instead of like, "I need you here now." Like, it's nice to kind of and then you guys opened it up, and I was like, they'll do it for us, cool. And then we had that good push, and he it was nice, his army just surrounded my trebs, and I was like, just keep them there, don't move them. And that was cool to see. And yeah, game 2 was great too in terms those aspects. The latter, like, the second half, kind of, I was just like struggling to I just felt like I was losing too many units so fast. That was something I need to work on or something. But I felt like blue was just kind of like leading the charge, and so I was just like, all right, well, we'll just try to do the best we can to kind of hold off. And then like I said, game 1 was just great. I think it was that game was just so what was it called? There's just so much action going on, back and forth on the sides, and so I think what I learned today, or at least like from the previous times, was because after talking to Saman about, like, if you're going paladins, you have to make sure you get a lot of food, and I think my food eco was really solid, both games. And then obviously second game I kind of started slipping there, but that was just because of the churn, and it was gold that was the main thing. And then I think yeah, I kind of see the one thing I do have is when we make such a good push, I'm like, I feel like we're shutting them out of left side. Like, we just have it. Like, all right, Munsif's building his eco over there, and then it's just like the roll him to the end, and because I thought, I mean, it's already what, 240 or whatever, and at that point in time I thought, like, okay, this is going to be a quick game. Are they going to counterattack either on the right side or counterattack on the left? And instead, yeah, they counterattacked on the left, and then we just never saw left side again. I mean, it was really just like boom, and then we just started fighting in Munsif's area, and so it was kind of in a way, that's all I was like, okay, this game's definitely not over. And then and then the right side, I feel like all my resources were going left, and that's where my resource issue kind of happened. There was no way I could afford anything really on the right to clear boars. I had, I think, like, a couple random monitors. I had a ram stuck in a siege workshop for a little bit that I just sent out randomly to just go die to free up some space. Not that I really need that. I was definitely hovering between like 130, 140 for definitely the second half. And that's pretty much it.
Okay, cool, excellent. I'm glad you had a great experience and you've been doing pretty good. So super happy about it, stoked about it actually. Fassel, go ahead. You go.
We can let Munsif go.
Oh, okay, Munsif.
Yeah, I mean, you guys said everything there, nothing else to say. Everybody played well. Logan did communicate too. No one mentioned that, but he did communicate very well compared to last week. The only issue, it was as someone mentioned, was the expectation was that we clear or at least hold the sides. I really was thinking that we did hold the right side too until almost the end of the game, when I was held in my side. I was kicked out, I guess, from my side. I need to look for where I can pick some wood, and then I found out that, oh, there's still some boars there surviving, and no one cleared them out. So that's when I asked, oh, so somebody please do it. By the time my villagers at that time I already sent my villagers, so by the time my villagers arrived, I think Salman cleared them, or somebody else did clear them. I mean, that's the only time issue I had. And also, like, also had before that 5 minutes before I had issues with wood, so I was waiting for the wood to collect. That's why I just producing only food and gold units. That's
Mhm.
why you guys start seeing a lot of paladins and so on. And the funny part is like Logan had a lot of wood, and he didn't hear me the first time I said, "Hey, I need wood. I'm just waiting for my units to to collect wood." And somebody asked me like, "How many villagers you have?" I said, "I have 33, and I'm still producing more villagers." I think I end up having like 60 or 66 after that. And then it clicked, Logan clicked, and then he said, "Oh, but I have wood. Let me send you some." But that was kind of the end of the game, which we stopped the game literally 5 minutes after. So yeah, so if I had wood, I would have made more Hofnes. That would have helped us at least hold or push back the units that were taking our buildings down. That's one comments that I have. Yeah, otherwise everybody played well. Salman did very well in his role. Logan did very well too in our pushes and defense. And the other team was slow. I'm not gonna say again the same story again. Blue killed the main units, and then the other colors follow back. That's the same story that happened every week. But yes, the other players did good too, but kind of mainly relying on blue to initiate. That's something I don't like to see. But otherwise, everything was fine.
Cool. All right. Awesome. Faisal?
Okay, I have a few things to just circle back on. I'll start with some of the reviews, mostly with the points. Someone said, I thought I was doing pretty good. The recording's up, so you can review how I did. I thought I was more or less on point. I believe I was ready for any kind of activity. Also, as far as building forward, I think that just became a matter of perspective. I also think hindsight's 2020. You know how it is if you make a play a certain way and you lose, it's easy to say, well, there you go, you got burned, son. But I told Logan this, if this was Salman or Logan that I was with, hell, if I was even with Munsif, yeah, I don't think I fall that bad, period. Also, in my mind, I do not believe the 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock line belongs to Munsif. If you believe that the 12 o'clock to 9 o'clock entire area belongs to Munsif, then yes, it appears that I'm building forward. Case in point, a little point of order. Before we started the game, Shuaib sounded like he wanted to really kind of redeem himself and not play very conservatively. He said he was going to be very active. Before we started the game, our agreement was we will, not allow Munsif to wall us up first. Once again, Shuaib was starting to fall back. It was up to me to start walling up first and make a gate. I was building to deny territory. The goal was not to let this stretch out. The fact also is that I feel that, and you guys may correct me if I'm wrong later, but I believe in each time these games were played, there was more ease of opportunity for the team on the 12 o'clock side to grab the wood lines. I believe it was significantly harder for us. And I think that may have more to do with the player that I'm with. So I was playing with the complete mindset of early aggression, and same as what Logan was saying, right? Let's see how this thing shakes down early game. By the way, I believe Munsif and Logan did an incredible job, so obviously the game was theirs, right? But I'm just stepped in because there were lessons to be learned. It goes without saying, like Salman said, this was your game, and I'm flustered and frustrated beyond words because I just cannot get Shuaib figured out, right? Even when I was ready, there was practically nothing available from Shuaib, right? So again, not to throw him unnecessarily under the bus, but it was a complete mismatch of expectations. My build order was in recognition for what we were, or was in respect for what we were trying to decide to do, which was to say the 9 o'clock through center, through mid, would be extremely highly contested, if possible, deny the Bohemian player access to the wood line. In fact, that was our goal. Deny the Bohemian player access to the wood line. I felt that there was practically no scouting from Show. I ended up scouting his side, which was the noon to 3 o'clock as well. So again, I was doing the multiple fronts. My presence was available on the other side, except for, this is to answer Salman, like, be concerned that he did not see any activity on a secondary front. That's because I was out of the game. I was out of the game for 70% of the time, right? I was just rebuilding. So at that point, it was just Huram to hold, and Shuaib just the usual tunneled in one side. That's what you experienced there. So I don't want to talk too much about later half of the game. I don't think it really even matters. It's just crap to me. I feel that I do believe that I had a much better showing as far as being able to have something of significance, even if I lost it all. I think the big improvement for me was I had numbers, whereas in the past I would barely have more than 10 units, max, at the 30-minute mark. Okay, so from that perspective, I thought I did pretty good. The recordings available for you guys to see. We failed miserably in our mandate, which was agreed upon, which was to deny the wood line to Munsif. That was the mandate. That was our agreement, and there was zero support on it. Our basically communication completely died out. There was really not much to say. I did offer up to resign, but Huram had, denied that because there were other lessons to learn as far as resilience was concerned. So that's kind of my take. A little bit, I agree with Logan. I thought this second game was a bit frustrating for me. I didn't think it was fair that Huram was pretty much solo gaming. For whatever reason, I knew it was going to be a little demoralizing. The fact that you guys had to ultimately, resign at the end really means nothing to me. And again, I think the chronic problem now is, there's talk, but there's no walk. I feel that there's no sense of like, hey, what does active scouting, what does active denial mean? There was simply no action on part of Shuaib on that. So when my partner is simply a no-show, even when he was like, hey, I'm going to cut the wood line so you can send in and take out the howitzers or whatever those things are. I had earlier asked him, hey, let's make sure that, there's not a fucking, there's a huge army waiting. Never happened, right? So scouting with zero reporting, I was busy bandwidth capped because pretty much I feel I was the one who was coming up with the early arming to deny Munsif, right? My feeling was that Logan and Salman were going to do what they usually do, which is clamp down on the noon to 3 o'clock, right? So it was really weird to me that, we couldn't take advantage of that, because I do believe that noon to 3 o'clock, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but noon to 3 o'clock is generally, habitually, where Logan and Salman pretty much establish a lot of themselves, right? And it was also a little weird. I think Salman pointed out that there was simply no recouping wood from the 3 o'clock side, right? So that was kind of weird to see that you guys never took advantage of that. But our goal for what we were trying to do absolutely failed. I believe we failed. My team did. And at this point, I believe also it's a balance issue. I believe that between Schwabe and myself, we do not have the player caliber. We do not have maybe even the learnedness, and we do not have the instinct to do things that are active, right? Active scouting, active contesting, just zero, right? I don't even think Schwabe made any outposts this time around, right? So it was just like, I don't know what he did. So bottom line is, the result of that was I was more or less out of the game, and I believe that we should forfeit so that the other player who doesn't gel, or the other player who simply is unable to either communicate or coordinate, shouldn't be rewarded by blue just coming in and raining down some punishment on the other side, which is what Schwabe ultimately did. He's just hang around the coattails of blue, and that just there was no fun for even me to watch that, right? I think what would have been an interesting game is me and Schwabe doing something that Logan and Munsif did, which we have been unable to do. I don't believe we can do. I guess between Salman and Putum, you guys have to figure it out, because I believe Logan had seen my support, my activity, and so did Salman in game one, right? So I had no early game issues. I was happy to respond, react, no matter where, but I need a partner that is in line with that. And so if I have nobody there, it's absolutely going to impact me, and there's just too much for me to carry when Putum is pretty much just sitting back and playing a spectator's role, right? So yeah, I think there's a balance problem. I don't think that a Logan Munsif combination is anything that me and Schwabe can, at this point, I think I can say this with 90% confidence. I do not believe that Schwabe and a Schwabe Vassal combination can ever defeat a Munsif Logan combination. And I believe that's because they're too strong and we're not. They have the right attitude when it comes to aggression. We do not. And early game strength and early game wins are decisive ones. And if we keep playing this way, Putum is going to have to keep coming in and saving the day. I don't think that's fun either. So anyway, I'm a little frustrated, but that's my take.
Faisal, just an FYI. So I just watched a little bit of the replay. What I mean by your eco was too far forward was you were past the initial tree line, making your farms. You want to try to save all that space for military buildings, military production. That's not farm space. So where you made your farms, where your 6 stables were, right? That would be for that's where you wanted to put your eco in the back. That's what I'm saying. Your eco was just too far forward, so that it became at risk. You had the potential to be hit because you didn't have enough.
I hear you,
buildings.
Simon. I feel that if I was playing that game with you, I do not believe that's a problem. Period. And remember what I said. The mandate was we're not hanging around. In fact, the economy didn't matter much as long as we denied the wood and left Munsif deprived. As a Bohemian player without wood, he's pretty much out of the game.
Fair. Okay, I understand what you're saying. I'm just.
I hear what you're saying, and obviously moving forward, if I have the wherewithal, that a player who's telling me that, oh yeah, we're gonna get him. Don't get too comfortable, settling in with economy as much, because we're going in hard and heavy, right? Which is classically a Dobo Logan style of play, right? And in that type of play, the game's over in 25 minutes. That was the goal. So I understand what you're saying. When you're looking at how the game played out, that was not the intention, which is not being communicated, right? And that's the point that I'm hoping you see.
That's again, I said that's fair. I'm just saying, when you play your eco forward, there's an advantage where you're able to build up in that region quicker, but there's also a disadvantage which you were going for the advantage, which makes sense because again, you were saying you want to do the early game aggression, and being able to build up in that region faster is a massive advantage. Being able to populate that area with military buildings and units, because your buildings are your ecos nearby, is an advantage, and that's what you're going for. Understood. I'm just saying it's just safer to start to migrate some of that eco a little bit back. When you had the 12 farms, that was okay, right? After that point, you should have started to micro a little bit back. Good night, Munsif. GG. So that's all I'm saying. It's a little bit of a safer play, a little bit more, pay attention a little bit more, but that's fine. Overall, like I said, I watched the replay. Bro, good job on the fucking eco. Massive improvement. You did so much better. I wasn't watching that attack. I was just watching your eco. So, and eco placement on the replay. Did not watch the attack. I haven't watched anything else. So I'm just saying eco was good. Military presence was good. The only reason you went down so quick is because you didn't have a second layer of military buildings, and that's because your eco was too far forward. In this particular instance, it was too far forward because you didn't secure enough ground to build more military buildings. And I understand you're relying on Shoaib to come and assist you so that you could grab some more space. So that makes a little bit more sense. And now that you've spoken your piece, that makes a little bit more sense. And it also makes sense as to why there was a lack of presence on the other side, because the team plan was to push into that left side where Munsif usually establishes himself. By the way, I usually just build up where these guys are not building as many units, so I can defend. That's usually what I do. So if they were attacking from Logan's side, I go build up on Munsif's side. That's just what I would do. Just typically speaking. But no, bro, you did fine. Like I said, you just got decimated in your initial attack, and you didn't have the production buildings to get units where they needed to be fast enough, because your production buildings are there, they're just on the wrong side. And you couldn't build them because your eco was too far forward, and what production buildings you had was actually behind that. Another way you could have tried to mitigate that, by the way, is you would have built your eco a little bit more towards the edge of the map, which is what you were trying to do. So it was a really solid job. I'm happy with the eco, and it's just you weren't aggressive enough. That's all. Yeah. And by the way, just to let you know, you're gonna go for that aggressive play. Do not, absolutely do not ever do this again. Do not just build wall segments. You blocked yourself off from being able to contest. You can build a gate so you can go through, or you leave one tile gap so you can send units through. You do not block off with just pure wall if you're going for that approach. So you did a defensive style play with an aggressive style build, and that's kind of what led to a mismatch, which kind of, it's a clash of styles, and it hurt. You took a risky play with a safe play.
Well, what you're observing is me changing, realizing I'm screwed, and beginning mitigation process. Keep in mind, Shoaib was the one who was supposed to do all of those things, not me. Right? So the fact that late in the game, I began to go and do those things was out of frustration that he was not responding to our agreed strategy. So I already committed to the early footprint. I can't take it back. It'll be too much, right? Now I'm just scrambling. I knew I was screwed when I started doing that. So these are things you won't be able to see, which is the thought process. It seems like a clash. It seems like a contradiction. It seems like, oh, you're trying this, but then you ended up doing that. That's kind of like a Braveheart thing, when you're expecting that, you know, the allies are going to come in and come charging through, and you see them just turn around or not even show, and then you're suddenly like, oh fuck, shit, what do I do now, right? So I was doing a lot of, oh shit, what do I do now moments, which is what you're reporting now.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, because that whole wall thing activity was not even my thing. I was only come in and take advantage of the Huns pick to double up on my stable output and just create a flood, right? That was the goal, right? Just flood in. We knew that the howitzers was going to be Munsif's primary unit that he was going to, ASAP try to produce. And we were just going to go, and it was going to be much more expensive for him, deny him the wood. I thought it was a sound strategy. Just, no, I would even say executed. There was no execution. And then I had nothing else to say.
Fair.
Anyway, I mean, all these things are just part of the learning process, and in theory, if you wanted, I'm just saying, like, so in theory, if you're saying, hey, Shoaib, you're going to be the one who does it, then Faisal, you should never be yellow. Then you should be red. You just cannot be yellow, because you're on that side. Like, now, you see, now the conversations are going to kick in about positioning, placement. Like, you're the guy who's closest to that area, but you're having another guy supposed to do that. And of course, what ended up happening is that even though you did not necessarily, you guys weren't as conservative by making anything in the front, Shoaib was like, didn't necessarily scout heavily, but then he kind of like proactively walled the other side. The one issue that he still had was, A, he didn't necessarily fully scout the other side, so there was like a bunch of blackness there. And 2, he was probably more worried about what was going to happen on your side, so he just completely like didn't really go there entirely, so he just proactively walled the other side. Now, in doing so, and I actually mentioned this to you guys in the map, that the way the openings are set up are a little awkward. So if you make a wall, like for example, Faisal, the way you made the wall, Shoaib made a similar wall, which means that basically he immediately gives up the whole forest, like the whole thing on that other side, he gives it up, right? And so if he gives that up on that side, then you guys needed to make a concerted effort to fight on your side. Right? Like, that's something you guys need. So the only way to do that is that instead of having that wall there, and that would be even true for him, you would actually go further past the mouth opening of the forest and then build the wall or whatever you guys need to do there. And then on top of that, having like active scouting repeatedly, because basically, regardless of whether Shoaib was there or not, then you would have like tons of like your own forces. So lots of skirmishers, lots of pikemen, lots of horses, and actually it wouldn't even matter. You would just basically go in and roll over whatever was there, right? So, but again, pace, capability. Other thing that Salman and I had been talking is like, even when you're doing that, the whole point is that basically, like Salman was kind of mentioning, that this kind of plagues everybody, that if you're fighting here and you're fighting in a particular location, you don't want to fight where your actual resources are. Like the other team made the mistake too. They fought where they were actively collecting wood. That was sort of a problem, Like, they shouldn't have done that. It led into, Munsif maybe having some issues with the wood. Not necessarily Logan, but definitely Munsif having issues on the wood side, right? And he should have never been, his main eco should have, for wood should have never been there, but, it was. Similarly, on our side, we still give up both sides, and all I'm saying is that if you have a very, very strong eco, again, people need to be comfortable and confident in the unit production so that they can build the horses, the skirmishers, the pikemen, the full balanced team, like combination, all three. We don't even need anybody else. We don't need our teammate. We simply have like 15 units of each, and go right in. Charge. Scout, charge, go in. You've got the full eco? Go. But do not let the guy set up walls and shit. Like, make units. So my point is, but that comes with a little practice. It's not easy to just because the pace of the game is moving a bit faster, right? So obviously there are those things. And generally, the way the teams are, the only one that actually can provide some kind of there is a skill gap right now between Logan and Shoaib, and I think with Logan improving further, that skill gap's probably gotten a bit more than before. So obviously that's also to some extent is impacting. But some fundamental things about, hey, I'm the closest here, positioning. I wouldn't even mind if you had that full eco set up and then you're just forward building and then fully making tons of food units, right? Like lots of food units that you go in with, like a good balance of the mix, right? So ultimately that would really help. And being in this position actually helps you, because when you're behind Salman or you're behind Logan, you're not necessarily going to see any of that. Just like in game number 1, case in point, no real necessarily point of improvement in terms of early game pressure, as opposed to the early game pressure that you're experiencing now. So you're like, oh shit, okay. So now you learned a couple of things. You learned that, hey, if we're going to be more offensive, right? That also means that my scouting's offensive, my economy is set up, all my forward building is offensive, all my buildings are offensive, and even the moment you go offensive, what Salman said would still be true. Your economy will be way in the back, all your production buildings are in the front, and you continue to forward push with all your production buildings because you're offensive. So you're moving further and further away from your economy because you're like aggressively moving forward, and then while you're aggressively building forward, you continue producing units upon units upon units upon units, and you don't give a damn about anybody because you're producing units upon units upon units, and the other guy can't deal with that. But the problem is that there's a pace issue, and there's other things that are happening, and obviously Shoaib kind of I think Logan even got to that walling before Shoaib did, but Shoaib just kind of I think he didn't even make gates at one. I think he maybe he made one gate or two on the other side. Everything else he just hard walled, like one wall straight, and then he didn't want to think about that area at all. And that's going to be like another type of challenge. So obviously this does put into perspective in terms of like, hey, or did my early game eco get better? For example, I think there was a mistake. You were on 2 TCs for a while. So obviously if you are on 2 TCs and you are aggressively building and you're going with the food and wood thing, then basically you have to, when I actually told you, Faisal, you have 2 TCs, you should have probably had like 30 skirmishers, 20 horses, and like another 15 or 20 pikemen. Like all of that should have been in your pop. And you were like, hey, I'm not doing no 3rd TC. I'm here going to bit slap somebody. Like, it doesn't even matter what your teammate is, because what your teammate's doing is extra. But what you have is like, a punch that the person's not going to be able to handle. And then you just go in forward build, and then you're, GG. But that takes a little bit more aggressiveness, and, I like things I think that you did mention. I don't think in the past you would have thought about active scouting, but now you mentioned it. Maybe now there's some conflicting there's some reliance on a teammate, not necessarily needed in a 1v1, right? If you're doing 1v1, don't really need it. Just make sure that you got the eco, you got good enough wood, you got good enough food, rock and roll. Like, you should be pretty good. So I would look at those now. Obviously, if the game's kind of going longer and things like that, then it kind of like puts you at a real bad disadvantage. And then you probably don't get your third TC up. You probably need to get more than, you probably need to get 3, maybe 4 TCs. And probably not in that area, but somewhere else, right? And then, of course, you know, I mean, anyway, so to me, the lessons, there were a few lessons here. One, there was a lesson of like, what is it that I need to do so that I'm capable, regardless of my teammate, in a 1v1 to basically take over an area, period. I don't need my teammate. As a matter of fact, I forced the other team to get support. Like, if you are able to force Munsif to ask for Logan's help, you won. Like, that was that was improvement, because you forced a 2v1. So suddenly you actually come out ahead in that situation, because now Logan can't go anywhere else, because now he has to take care of Munsif, and it's all because of Munsif being undermined because of your overwhelming force, and he's not set to do the multiple TCs that he's doing. So to me, that's how you would punish, right? So if somebody's saying, hey, I got 300 stone, let me drop 3 town centers. Well, you drop 2 town centers, doing your eco, make that army and go right in. Literally, your chances are you'll end up winning that in exchange no matter what, because the other guy is still thinking 3 TC boom start, right? You wouldn't even let the guy do that. And then while that's happening, and he's in the guy's mind, he's thinking a 3 TC boom. He's trying to get his villager to make walls and shit, and then you just come up with this big army. I mean, he's just on his back foot the whole time, and you just kind of destroy his peace of mind. And now you're in like that. The very thing that you were saying is like, hey, no one's touching my economy because I just forward built straight in and basically took over the whole area. And so, yeah, you're pretty solid, pretty good. So making sure that you have the eco, making sure that you have the unit production, and then making sure that, you know, obviously you kind of like scouted. And you're basically trying to see where the guy is sending, which Logan does too, where, for example, are you seeing where the guy is sending villagers with like maybe 2-3 pikemen to go and you create a wall or a gate, and you basically deny him. Choose a point where you're going to deny him, and then freaking go there and deny him. End of story. And that's how you would end up kind of like with that exchange. Anyway, but there were lessons there that were important. There was also a very important lesson in terms of like how do you recover, how do you do an active defense, and then how do you push, how do you counter push. One of the things that none of you guys really do, but it's very important, is the defensive trebs. Defensive trebs is so critical, and then not losing units, but like having enough buildings to hide your army with so that you can do defensive trebs. And that really, really slows the other team down, and it really helps you recover or rally your units, which is very important, right? And then the other thing I would do is, while that's all going on and you create some mental bandwidth, that's when, you know, you're able to, by the way, when you actually do that, there's no need for anyone to take over your space or space behind your base, because literally you're doing so hot that nobody needs to build any buildings in that area behind your base where you had your stables. So literally then you just keep building your economy going backwards. So as you're aggressively building forwards, you're aggressively building your eco backwards. You keep building your eco backwards as you're keep aggressively pushing forward. And then it's like auto GG, like you're doing great. So, but you know, it's going to come with like practice. Now, obviously there is a situation right now with their repeated not getting both sides. And so obviously that is something that we have to work on as to why is it that now, obviously I think there were a couple of things that went wrong. Even the positioning was wrong. So to me, if there's a explicit expectation that, hey, Shoaib, you are the one who's going to take care of this side and I am going to go to the other side, then that is what the expectation is, and then folks need to appropriately change their team colors and positioning so that they're in the best position possible to do something like that. But right now, both players are kind of like, on one side, like Salman was saying, and they're not really paying too much attention on the other side. And I guess there was some scouting issues for Shoaib that happened on the other side. So anyway, long story short, much better showing on the economy because you weren't like collapsing on your eco, so that was really good. Now we're simply talking semantics of, hey, working with my teammate, maybe there's a positioning conversation. I also like the fact that instead of you saying whatever, like I'll play whatever, you're actually talking about the civs and you're looking at bonuses and you're figuring out how, like, what units you want to make and how to fit in. Those are huge because, some civs can, like Spanish, they can build buildings faster. So again, like there's some, now that you're looking at some of the civs, like that super helps, like with what you're trying to do and where, how you're trying to build. So to me, all those things are like super pluses generally. So that was very, very good to see that you're actually doing that and forcing the conversation on other players to also think like, okay, so if this is the civ and this is the advantage and this is the bonus, how do I play with this civ as opposed to Faisal's whatever, I'm just going to do my thing, and then I guess he's just going to do his thing, which never works out for anyone. So super happy about that. So economy-wise, good. You made the 2 TCs great. Last time I think you were stuck on 1 TC for a while before you made the second TC. So super happy about that. And then moving your third TC. Your third TC positioning though, you just don't randomly place it by the in between where you can get wood and then the stone as well. Like in theory, that would have been your best position to get your the third TC as opposed to on the side of the wooden pile of the stone pile, right? Make sure that you're putting it in the crevice and like the right angle between the two, so that basically you get full access to the resources as well as stone as well as wood. But other than that, again, I think generally it was pretty good. I know Salman and I will just have a retro or whatever, but again, overall, all the things that you mentioned are really good things because these aren't things you would know before. You would simply just say, hey, we just got spanked. Now you're actually putting 1 and 1 together and 2 and 2 and be like, oh, okay, so, now I kind of understand about certain things, and it was good that Salman mentioned some things from the recording because now it's added a little bit more color to your experience, and hopefully, we put some of these things together, you get that ego going. And I'm still for the fact that, hey, if you're going to commit, then, you have to, like, you have no choice but to make those units early. You got to fill your unit pop with, like, military once you get that and really cause some chaos. Because to your point, which is valid, that if you do not make the units so that you can create the chaos, then you're so screwed. Then you're kind of like in between, and obviously that's kind of a problem. But super happy about like better improvement from last week than where it was just like a kind of like a complete roll versus this wasn't really a role in the sense, even though it seemed like it was more about like some miscommunication, some mispositioning, and then not necessarily producing, even though you had their economy to produce the units to actually create pressure, which you didn't do. But that's a very easy fix, not an issue. So overall, pretty good. You put yourself in a position to succeed. So it's just a matter of executing that context. So super cool about that. All right, folks, if there's nothing else, I think pretty successful night. Excellent work. Yeah, and then we'll start next week.
Yep, should be back on it. I should like at 9 or whatever. So,
awesome. Hey, make sure the Dobo shows up. I think he got his new system. He was.
Yeah, just
you heard about
Blade. That? Yeah. I think I shared. Well, he got a different one, but the one he got was like more. No. I think the one you said or posted or whatever, that's the one. But I sent him something that I got for work, and it came with it's one of just the XPS, but the one he got was like really solid. So it's cool. Yeah. No, I'm looking forward to it. So
all right.
Have a good night, guys.
Take care.